0900, 9 o'clock, and with our clerk now here, right on time, we will start, as we usually start. Representative Hemingway, may I ask you to lead us in the pledge? Okay, to get right to it, our first measure today is H.R. 33, affirming the state of California's request to divide into two states. Representative Bailey is back as the prime sponsor of this H.R. 33, this resolution, at 9:01, right on time. Welcome, Representative Bailey. And it is 6:01 a.m. in California, Representative Bailey. But I'll bet there are people out in California right now at 6:01 a.m. who are tuned in to see what this is all about, and we're very interested as well. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and fellow members of the committee. When I was here last week, I don't know how that fared, but at least a couple of you thought we had interesting questions. It was said at the time, so I hope I can continue with that. One of the advantages of splitting a state into two states would have to do with representation, that each half would get greater representation. I believe when the country was founded, each U.S. representative represented about 30,000 people. And I know in New Hampshire now it must be three-quarters of a million. So our constituents per representative has been increasing greatly. It's from 30,000 to three-quarters of a million. I don't know if you do much with math, when you have a fraction, you know, if the numbers, the bottom gets bigger, the fraction gets smaller and smaller and smaller. If it actually gets to be infinitely big, it effectively goes to zero. So at that point, you're basically not represented really when the bottom number. So one way to deal with that would be to just have, if we had continued to keep it at 30,000, we'd have a Congress with thousands of representatives. Another approach would be to split the units to have multiple Congresses. Like the United States could be multiple countries. I think that was suggested last week, right? That would be another way to deal with the whole representation problem. If there were 50 countries, they would each the constituents would be represented better. Okay, so, and this particular, that's just an argument. I know you enjoy interesting arguments, so I'll put that forward, that our representation would be better if we had more entities. But this is dealing with another fact that happens, is that it's possible to be in a permanent minority. That, you know, it's not just this election to that election, or the waves of interest in this party or that party. You can possibly be in a permanent minority, and you're effectively not represented at all if you're in a permanent minority. I know in some of the counties that's happening, towns, counties, but in this case, in this instance, I don't even know what time it is in California. You told me it's 6 o'clock, but obviously I don't live in California, but I have heard that there's a split north to south, that the coastal portion of California is like entirely different than the inland, more agricultural part of California. And the agricultural inland part is a permanent minority. So I can see why they might want to alter that situation. And also, back to the original point, that if there were two states, the same number of people would be represented differently, better, not just constituents to rep ratio would be better than it is currently in California. To have, if you had 2 Californias, it would be better. And the one side would be a great majority. The other side would also be a majority. There wouldn't be any of this permanent minority stuff if there was more entities. And I guess that's the essence of my arguments, my 2 arguments. And I don't know, everywhere else I'm going, they want us to keep it short. So I'll turn it over to you.
Appreciate your succinctness, Representative, but especially prime sponsors, we give them maximum deference, and that's why we're here. So my first question, and I'm sure there will be others, on line 12, you refer to passage of the California Assembly Joint Resolution 23. So that is a resolution that purportedly was passed in California, Joint Resolution 23, calling for the state of California to divide into 2 states. What year was that resolution passed? Do you know?
No, I don't.
But you know that it was passed.
Yes.
So this is an idea that flowed not strictly from you, but from some Californians.
Yes.
Okay, that's I think that's an important.
And I suppose just by its title, it's not unlike this, that it doesn't really make a law. It's advice to their congressional delegation that they would like to be 2 states.
Sure.
And we would hope to be passing, this is addressed to our own congressional delegation, that we would like to back them in that.
Recently asked what year, and I think that's relevant. If this resolution, Joint Resolution 23, was passed in California, say in the 1960s, when California looked a little different than it does today, I would be very interested to know when they passed that joint resolution. And would you believe? Go ahead.
I can get back to you, but my impression is it's more recent than the 60s. Like,
I think that's relevant. Yeah. If it's a recent resolution as opposed to one from many years ago, we would be interested.
Behind me picks it up, I will get back to you with when. Yeah.
In fact, someone could probably just, through the magic of Google, someone is in the back of you already looking up, probably Googling, when did California Assembly Joint Resolution 23 pass? So that, again, is of interest. And would you believe, I have spent a lot of time in California. I was stationed in California, I lived in California, worked there. My spouse is from there. After I became a rep, New Hampshire state representative, I was visiting friends in San Clemente, and would you believe, I ran into what they call an assemblyman. They don't call them state reps in California. And so he was very interested to meet me. I was very interested to meet him. He's from Orange County, and we compared notes. And you were talking, this is significant in terms of how many people reps represent. You mentioned how New Hampshire's Congress representation, the number of people represented, has changed. So I explained to this assemblyman that I represented 3,500 odd people, or I shouldn't say odd, around 3,500 people. And I asked him how many he had, and he had approximately 750,000, 700,000 plus. So to your point about representation, I think we understand that dividing it in 2 would impact that ratio. Would you believe that I was in California? Was my question.
Oh, I was there once. It was interesting.
Okay.
I was sent for training. I was there for a month. I was in San Jose.
Okay.
I could not get a donut there to save my life.
The New England Patriots will be near San Jose this coming Sunday. All right, moving right along. Questions, Representative Foss, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Why do my constituents in New Hampshire care about whether or not California should be 2 states? I was elected to represent the people of Manchester, and I just don't really understand why this is in their best interests.
It's more the principle. In more representation is better than less representation. And this is not here correctly. I tried that last week, but this is not here, but it's the same principle. That.
What?
Thank you. So do you think that the people in New Hampshire don't have enough representation?
Well, what do we represent? About 3,500 people, they say, each of us. Am I right in that? But originally it would have been just a couple of hundred. So our representation has been dropping over time, and if we're fruitful and multiply, it will get worse, right? The same 400, only now more constituents. If the population was to double, we'd all be representing 7,000 people, not 3,500. If it was to quadruple, we'd be representing 15,000 people. So that will come in time. We could expand the House to be 800 people and then keep it at 3,500, even if we doubled. But you have to move one or the other, right? Either more entities or more constituents per representative, one or the other, to keep representation where it is now.
If I could follow up on Representative Foss's follow-up, have you been in personal contact? I'm going to go to
I
Representative
have
Lloyd.
not
just a
forgotten
moment.
you.
And I am going to go right to Representative Lloyd, but to follow up on her follow-up, have you been in touch with anyone from California on this measure?
No.
Okay. Representative Lloyd?
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I actually grew up in McPherson, Kansas, where I was in a constant minority. So I do understand what that is like. But my question is, why are we focused only on California? Why are we not looking at this differently as electoral college reforms, or potentially getting rid of the electoral college, which would take care of that instead?
Yeah, well, that's another. I'm a representative, so I guess I'm focused on representation more than the Electoral College doesn't really represent us as such. It represents the states. So that's why there's only two for each state. It doesn't matter how big the population is. They're not representing the people of the state. Well, they're not, until they did that amendment thing, but it was originally created to represent the states rather than the people of the states. And we would have been electing our senators if it was 1840 or something. The representation of the state would be sending the federal senators down to Washington. There was no popular election for that.
Legislature elected our U.S. senators
Yeah.
until after 1913. That's
Yeah.
kind of what you're saying?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Other questions?
So it's not like we can vary the number of. Well, now we can because the 1913 they did that amendment, but before that, it was not a question. Yeah. Oh, it's not for me to.
Follow-up, Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my follow-up. Why are we only focused on California then, and not additional states as
It
well?
was suggested to me by somebody who had an interest in California. And it's more the principle I'm interested in than California itself. I would do the same for any state.
Representative Foss?
You. Do you have any data to show that separating California into two states is actually feasible or advisable?
Well, it's more a political decision. I don't know if there's any data that I could produce that would justify it, except the feelings of the people that they're better represented.
Follow-up?
But you haven't been in contact with anyone from California to affirm that they do feel like they're underrepresented.
No, I guess well, there's one person that suggested it perhaps, but it's not like I heard from the assembly in California or anything. No.
The questions? Representative Bennett?
I was wondering if there's any information about I heard you say something about a geographical type way that they would.
I had heard that, yeah.
Have you heard anything?
if it
Because
was
I mean,
this
you
way or
could
that way,
separate it and you could have double the representation that might be skewed one way.
It would
Like,
be
it
possible.
depends on who would determine how you cut it.
My weak understanding of their situation, you could cut it this way and you'd have two entities that were, in which there was a permanent minority in each of them. I understood it to go this way made it with difference. North-south as opposed to east-west.
Questions? Representative, Mr. Vice Chair, go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Chair, thank you for taking my question. Do you feel that there's any possibility whatsoever that California would vote to split into 2 states? Any possibility at all?
Well, I'm assuming that this California Assembly Joint Resolution 23 got some kind of support. So if that's correct, then I guess I would feel there was some justification for them wanting to do that. Otherwise, maybe less so.
Representative Jones, do you have a hand up?
Actually, my question is for you, Mr. Chair. Based on the question you answered and with the question the Vice Chair just asked, I think the reason why we're looking at California is because of that joint resolution. Can we ask our researcher what you asked, which is what year was that taken up?
Yes, excellent point, Representative. And researchers here. I saw Ms. Gerke in the back was waving her hand. She was looking. Ms. Gerke, do you have an answer to that question?
I do indeed.
Go ahead.
So it's actually in the regular session currently. It hasn't passed. It's an Assembly Joint Resolution titled New State Formation. It was introduced on August 26th in 2025. And it's been amended, and then there's a word salad, so it's in progress.
Thank you very much for that. That's very helpful. Davis, you don't have to worry about that. She's got us covered. Thank you for that. That's very relevant. So this is pending. It's a pending California joint resolution that has not been passed. It's pending. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Representative. For
No follow-up. Okay.
anything else? Seeing no hands, thank you again, Representative Bailey. We have one more pink card on HR 33. That is from Carla Gerke, who just helped us out with that research. Ms. Gerke was here a week ago, and we really put her through the paces, or however you want to put that, with many, many questions, and appreciate her trying to answer all of them. So Ms. Gerke is in support of the bill. She's asked for 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes, and welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. And thank you for the opportunity to testify here. I want to sort of preempt the question where it's like, why does this matter, or why is this in front of you guys today? From my perspective, just in the interest of open transparency and honesty, I'm here because I think this indicates a good example of the reason why we brought the other bills forward, right? It's a discussion that needs to be had. And so the reason to some extent a bill like this might be here is because if we can't put in CACRs and no one wants to give us a study committee, the question becomes, how do we further this question, which is a compelling question that I think all of us should be grappling with. So the reason I'm here to talk about this House Resolution 33 is because it speaks to a foundational American principle, the right of the people to self-determination. H.R. 33's preamble captures this clearly. Whereas the right of the people to self-determination through the creation of a new political entity has long been a fundamental principle of American democracy and is consistent with the principles of federalism as outlined in the U.S. Constitution. This principle reaches back to the Declaration of Independence, which reminds us that government derives its just power from the consent of the governed, and that when a political arrangement no longer serves the people, they retain the right to alter it. This is not radical, it's American. The U.S. Constitution itself anticipates this reality. Article 4, Section 3 explicitly allows new states to be formed from existing ones with the consent of the affected state legislature and Congress. H.R. 33 respects that constitutional process. It does not mandate division. It does not bypass Congress. It simply affirms that Californians are acting lawfully and peacefully in seeking a structural solution to a long-standing governance problem. California today is governed as a single political unit despite enormous geographic and cultural and economic diversity. Coastal urban centers dominate policy outcomes due to their population concentration, while inland and rural areas, home to the agriculture, the energy sector, manufacturing, and millions of residents, find themselves subjected to laws and regulations that they overwhelmingly oppose. H.R. 33 acknowledges this directly. Whereas the citizens and regions have long been frustrated at being subjected to laws and regulations that they and their representatives have overwhelmingly opposed, but were then nonetheless passed and authorized by the more populous regions. This sort of goes to what the Representative Bailey was mentioning. So this resolution is not a failure in civic participation. We're trying to fix a failure of scale. Whereas when governance becomes too centralized and too distant, I'm looking at you, federal government, representation becomes symbolic rather than real. Dividing California into two states, one primarily coastal and urban, and the other inland and rural, would restore meaningful self-governance by aligning political authority more closely to lived realities. Under AJR 23, the proposed inland state would include approximately 25 counties and more than 10 million residents, hardly a fringe population. These citizens would gain the ability to tailor policies around water rights, energy development, housing, taxation, and public safety in ways that reflect their priorities rather than always being overridden by a distant majority. This is actually the genius of American federalism. States serve, in the words of Brandeis, as laboratories of democracy. Competition disciplines power. Smaller political units improve accountability. When people vote with their feet, governments must earn the trust that assumes compliance, that should earn the trust rather than assume compliance. History supports this approach. West Virginia was formed from Virginia with congressional approval. California itself faced repeated calls for division in the 19th century, reflecting a persistent structural tension rather than a passing political dispute. AJR 23 provides the constitutionality required state-level consent and properly places the final decision before Congress. New Hampshire understands this instinct deeply. Our motto, live free or die, is not a slogan of rebellion. It's a declaration of self-rule. Supporting H.R. 33 does not require us to agree with Californians politically. It requires us to respect their right as Americans to decide how closely they wish to be governed. Passing H.R. 33 costs New Hampshire nothing, but it affirms something valuable. That peaceful self-determination is preferable to alienation, that consent matters, and that federalism remains a living principle, not a relic. I urge this committee to support H.R. 33 and affirm the right of Californians to pursue lawful democratic self-governance. Thank you for your time. I don't know if I'm happy to take questions, but I will.
Thank you for that very well-organized testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Foss, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So you began your testimony by saying that this is a discussion, and it is in California, because it's currently in their state legislature. Regarding whether or not the people of California want this, whether or not this would be their consenting opinion, that is in discussion in California. Why does this matter to my constituents in Manchester?
Well, because I think the discussion is broader than just California. I do think the discussion is about self-determination. And so I think our constituents, your constituents here in New Hampshire should care about self-determination, because we should care about how we're being governed, and we should care about whether we're actually consenting to the system we are subjected to.
Follow up.
But in terms of consent and self determination, I feel like we're talking about this as though it's a fait accompli. That's currently pending in California. We don't know that they don't want self determination. We don't know that they do. So, why is this important to my constituents in Manchester that I get involved in something, a question that hasn't even been answered by the people it affects?
I think that is a valid concern. I don't know if you've heard that up in Maine, there's now talk that they want to start perhaps dividing Maine into two different political divisions, that it actually looks very similar to California in the sense that it would be the coastline and then the inside of Maine. That is in very early discussions. I don't think it might be at resolution stage there. So when I heard that, I thought, okay, well, where else is this happening, and how can we further this discussion? So, maybe this year we're talking about California, and next year we're talking about Maine. So maybe it's also a way of thinking about how can we help your constituents and everyone here's constituents start to understand these issues, because I don't think they're going to go away. I think we're going to see more of these movements. And so, again, I think, candidly, it's to further the discussion.
So Lloyd, did you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Again, I ask you the same question I asked your colleague. Why are we not focusing more on electoral college reforms that account for other states beyond just California, that account for population as opposed to just wild landmass?
That sounds like a passion project that you should pursue. That's not the solution I think is the right solution.
Questions? Representative Gagné.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carla, we've known each other for about 20 years. Listen, this is not a question, but it's just to clear my mind. Could you pronounce your last name and spell it out for the body? Because I know it's not Gerke.
So, I was born and raised in South Africa, and I won a green card and moved to America back in the 90s. So that's my backstory. The way you correctly say my last name is Gerke. But since no one can say that, when I immigrated, I literally was taken by the INS to an interrogation room where they process your paperwork when you come. And it was a crowded room with lots of people. And my husband and I were sitting there, and an officer came out and he was like, Garrick, Garrick, Garrick. And I was like, we didn't even react. I had no idea he was talking to me. And then when I realized, oh, that's how Americans are going to say my last name, or turns out that's how that particular person said my last name, to be fair, I was like, oh, I guess that's how I'm going to say it here. So that's the backstory. I don't take it personally. It's a hard, weird last name. I get it. So I say Carla Garrick is the way I say it. So with the silent E, I suppose.
Thank you for that somewhat non-germane question, Representative Gagné. Yes, and the imagery of the INS you're raising is something maybe we could come back to at a different time in a different place. Anything else? Representative Bennett?
Thank you for taking my question. I just have this question as to if they decide to, regardless of what we do as New Hampshire, they may pursue this as a state. How do you guarantee that you're not going to just make it two states and then get the same type of representation on both sides? So now you've doubled what you didn't actually want by majority. How do you know that this is separating it is going to actually make a difference?
I don't have a crystal ball. We don't actually know anything. Every time we decide here and we write a bill, we don't know. And oftentimes the unintended consequences are much worse than having left the problem. So I can't guarantee that. From my personal perspective, I do believe the smaller the units, the more peaceful interactions are. I think where we run into trouble is that we are writing these laws and solving for big problems, but many of them are personal preferences, and then forcing everyone to go one way or the other. And so there aren't any guarantees, but honestly, there are no guarantees for any law we write here.
The questions? Seeing no hands, thank you. I'm going to call you Carla. Thank you, Carla.
Thank you,
And
Chairman.
with that, with no more pink cards, we will close the hearing on HR 33. And we'll go right to our next measure, which is HR 26. Yes,
Can I just pass out a couple of amendments? One is replacing my amendment that I just passed out, and the other one is from Representative Seibert.
sir, okay, we will recess for 1 minute to allow some amending language to be shared with the committee.
Right, this replaces the amendment that I passed out earlier. It just takes off a co-sponsor. Yeah, it's the same thing. It just takes off a co-sponsor. Yep.
Representative Georges, do we have a pink card from you?
I agree. And then that is the other amendment that Christie had done for.
It's a dog file. Here's one more for me. This is a Garrett.
They haven't finished things this morning, so apologies.
Yes. Okay, we'll take about another minute here to get these amendments shared, which we will take up later. We're about to take up momentarily will be HR 26, and the prime sponsor is Representative Georges. So welcome, Representative Georges. This measure, HR 26, House Resolution 26, is with regard to supporting peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So welcome, Representative.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of the committee. My name is Mary Wanda Georges. I'm a representative Hillsborough District 23, and I'm in a committee, family and children and family committee law. I came to introduce, I was here to introduce an amendment to HR 2026 to the resolution supporting peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This amendment strengthened the resolution by grounding in the most recent developments, including the December 4th, 2025 Strategic Partnership Agreement between the United States and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and the Washington Accord for Peace and Prosperity, signed by the President of the United States, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the President of Rwanda. This agreement were intended to create a pathway toward peace, stability, and regional cooperation. However, as many of you know, the situation in the Eastern Congo has continued to decline. Armed groups, including those backed by external actors, have expanded their operation, displacing family and worsening an already severe humanitarian crisis. New Hampshire is a home to a vibrant Congolese community. Many of our neighbors still have family members living in areas affected by this violence. Their pain, their fear, and their hope for peace are present in our state every day. For them, this resolution is not symbolic, it is deeply personal. I also want to acknowledge that the Congolese people have suffered for decades from a lack of accountability, transparency, and effective governance. Many families live below the poverty line, not because they lack resiliency or potential, but because corruption, weak institutions, and the ongoing conflict have prevented resources from reaching the people. By lifting up the commitment in the Strategic Partnership Agreement, especially those related to judicial reform, anti-corruption measure, and the public administration capacity, this amendment reinforces the idea that long-term peace requires strong, transparent institutions that serve the Congolese people. Supporting these reforms is essential to ensuring that future development truly benefit the population and not those who exploit instability. The amendment I bring forward today does have three things. First, it reaffirms the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, consistent with international norms and with the intent of the Strategic Partnership Agreement. Second, it highlights specific commitments already made by the United States, including cooperation on judicial reform, anti-corruption measures, public administration capacity, and the educational partnership. These are where progress can directly strengthen stability and improve the life of the Congolese people. Third, it expressed hope that American engagement will prioritize the well-being of the Congolese people and support long-term peace rather than contributing to the exploitation of mineral resources or prolonging conflict. This amendment does not assign blame. It does not take side in a political dispute. It's simple endorse the commitment to United States that already made, and to continue working with international partners to support peace, stability, and human dignity. As a state, we cannot resolve international conflict, but we can stand with our residents who are affected by it. We can affirm our support for peace, and we can encourage our federal government to remain engaged in efforts that promote stability, justice, and prosperity for the Congolese people. I respectfully ask for your support of this amendment and of the resolution as a whole. Thank you for your time and the consideration.
Thank you, Representative Georges, for your testimony, Madam Prime Sponsor. Would you take any questions if there are any?
Yes.
Are there any questions, Representative Belcher?
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just by way of background, the DR Congo has had their primary trading economic partner for a while now has been China. China has a long history of exploiting African nations. Recently, the administration has taken up a policy of trying to mitigate those Chinese exploitations that are going on in Africa. And they've made substantial investments in developing mineral infrastructure and production in DR Congo, as well as a number of other steps that the administration has taken. So I'm looking and I'm trying to understand item 3 in here where it says, expresses hope that American efforts will give priority to improving the lives of the Congolese people rather than extracting wealth and resources from DR Congo. So I'm trying to understand, is that what you see is happening right now, is exploitation by the United States?
No, I don't say exploitation for the United States, but because I say the United States already accept to support for the peace, because the United States understand there is already a problem, there is already genocide, people are dying, people for how many decades, people suffering, that because the United States accept to support that peace, that's why we are asking your reinforce. That's what I can say. It's not for exploitation.
Follow up?
Thank you. And I just want to look at one more section because I want to make sure I get the intent behind this and what you're looking for here correct. So starting on page 2, line, where are we at? 9, the end of 8 and then 9. It specifically calls on the United States to implement measures such as judicial reforms and anti-corruption measures in DR Congo. And to me, the only way that the U.S. could directly do those things is military intervention. Is that what we're talking about?
We talk about, because like you said, there is a people getting all this stuff. If I'm talking here, most for me is for the people, because the people suffer a lot. But I understand with American leadership, with American power, that can help. That I'm looking for the help, because I know American can help for this situation with the people who are in the ground.
Representative Foss.
Thank you. Representative, do you have any numbers on how many immigrants from the Congo live in New Hampshire?
If I look for the what it was for the census for the 2011, that was almost like a 3,600. But for now, that only for the refugees, those who come like as refugees. But if I say today with the immigrant, those who come with as an immigrant or asylum, and those who come they came with the lottery, I think so we can be more than even 5 to 10,000.
Other questions? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Georges. I wanted to follow up on Representative Belcher's question around lines 9 and 10 on page 2. So section 4 mentions this strategic partnership agreement. Is the text about calling on the U.S. to identify and implement the opportunities in that paragraph? Is that text taken from the strategic partnership agreement?
The partnership agreement was really like how they can help
Okay.
for even for the education, it was really like because I think I have it, not you guys have it now if they changes, but the partnership was they can help for even for education, for the infrastructure, and for university and all those, and I think so this is really something very important for the Congo, for the people of Congo, because those people suffer a lot. The people suffer. The young kids, the young students, they really suffer. They can they finish college or university, but they stay home. They don't have a job. There is nothing. And I can tell you, if we stand here because I know American, we can help. I came to America, I just get what they give me more opportunity. I get education. I stand for people. I stand for doing better. And I believe with that I get here. And with American, with that, our leadership and the team, I know we can help more. That's why we stand to like the inside that agreement. I really supported the agreement because it was a lot of things that they can help for Congo.
Follow up.
So to be clear, I'm not questioning the importance of U.S. support or the strategic partnership agreement. I just want to make sure that the text around implementing some of these opportunities, does that come directly from the strategic partnership agreement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, procedurally, I have to point out that Representative Mandelbaum, our clerk, was referencing some language that is in the proposed amendment that was just passed out. So procedurally, that has not been made public. The actual original HR that you're speaking to, the substance of that here, has been made public. So procedurally, we need to be a little bit careful about getting into some new language or speaking to new language that just came to us that we haven't had a chance to review yet. So we will take that up, the proposed extra new language, but procedurally, I have to make clear that that language has not been reviewed yet by the whole committee. So anything else on the substance of HR 26? Seeing no hand, Representative Budataki, go ahead.
Sorry, I came late, but still, I was looking to hear from your side, from you, whether you support a strategic partnership agreement between the U.S. and Congo, which you made it clear you support that. And also, while you were drafting this resolution, we talked about this briefly, and you told me that the money government Congo received would not go to support public. It goes to some powerful elite, and the money stays there. It won't be distributed to the public goods. Could you briefly talk about this?
Yes, I can say, what I can say, first of all, the Congo live for, the people who live in Congo, if you have a family, like me, I have a family over there in Congo. They are sick, the money gonna come from United States. The United States can go to Western Union or MoneyGram, they're gonna see how much money the people who live in the United States sending in Congo, just because to help their family. They can be sick, somebody die, everything. People, because of that, they don't pay them. They don't have it like a, I don't know, but it's really the roads. You cannot even understand where I left Congo when I was in 2090. But in 2024, I went over there in March because my sister, my older sister, passed away, and I went to bury my older sister, who was like our mother. I tell you the truth, it was tough, and I went with my son for the first time to be in Congo. I think so from there to go to the cemetery and come back, my son drank 20 bottles of water. Because there is no road, there is nothing. The people the money doesn't go to the people. That's why we stand for the people.
Anything else? Representative Belcher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking another question, especially because this has been a little bit complicated because I was referring previously to the amendment, and now I'm just going to look at the original bill, and I want to ask you a question about the difference.
Okay.
Obviously, you were seeking to introduce an amendment based on new circumstances that have occurred.
Yes.
So in the original bill, number 2 urges the United States government to increase diplomatic efforts and humanitarian assistance. Would you say that given the new content of your amendment that you're seeking, that has already happened?
No.
In the time sense?
Not yet for now. No. Like for America start to do something, not yet. Because just like when they just did the peace agreement was on December 4th, I think so on December 10 was really worse again. And the people run, people die again. That was the problem. And there is no peace. And it looked like they didn't even respect the peace.
Other questions? Seeing no hands, thank you, Representative, for introducing that measure. We have 2 more pink cards on HR 26. Romeo Masuko is here. He's asked for 3 minutes. Mr. Masuko, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to having me. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and all the members of the committee. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Romeo Masuku. I serve as the president of the Congolese community of New Hampshire. I currently reside in Manchester. I join you here today along with some of my colleagues on our board in support of House Resolution 26, a resolution supporting peace and stability in the DRC and the Great Lakes region. We are here to advocate not just for peace and stability, but for transparency, sovereignty, and integrity of the DRC. We are in support of the Washington Accords signed on December 4th, 2025. We encourage this resolution to call for continuing monitoring and progress towards peace and stability in the DRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masuko. Will you take questions if there are any?
Absolutely, yeah.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you again for that very succinct testimony. I have 1 more card on HR 26. This is from Lois Numbi. And there she is. She supports the bill. She is from Manchester. It says representing Grace. If you can explain what that means, who you're representing.
So Grace submitted a testimony, but I'm reading it for her. Hi, everyone. Yeah. Hi, my name is Lois and I live in Manchester. So public testimony in support to HR 26 to the chair and members of the House, State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs Committee. My name is Grace Kindeke, and I am Congolese American, born in Congo and raised in New Hampshire. I'm here today to speak in strong support of HR 26 and to share why it matters deeply, not just as a matter of foreign policy, but as a matter of human life, dignity, family, and community. The Democratic Republic of Congo continues to face ongoing conflict, humanitarian crisis, and political instability, particularly in the eastern regions. For many people, that may sound distant, abstract, or disconnected, but for those of us that live in a different part of the world, for me and for many of the Congolese people who call Granite State home, is deeply personal. The war in Congo has shaped my life and deeply impacted my family. It has meant loved ones forced to flee their homes, years of uncertainty 30 about safety and the lasting trauma that comes from living under the constant threat of violence. Millions of Congolese civilians have been displaced due to the violence perpetrated by armed groups backed by global powers who seek to control over mineral resources. Behind the statistics, that there are families like mine, parents separated from children, communities destroyed, and people struggling without access to basic services, food, and medical care. Even today, many of us in the Congolese diaspora wake up to news from home that brings fear, grief, and overwhelming helplessness. We hear the stories, mourn the losses, and do what we can, oceans away, to help and support our loved ones. This resolution matters because it recognizes that the people in Congo deserve peace, safety, and self-determination. I am especially grateful that it reaffirms support from the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the democratic aspiration for the Congolese people. Those voices matter. For decades, Congolese voices are often too ignored while decisions are being made about a country without us. The United States has a long-standing commitment to promoting peace, human rights, democratic governance around the world. Urging increased diplomatic engagement and assistance is not charity, but it's a moral responsibility and a strategic investment in long-term stability. It is essential that we move toward real peace and accountability. For decades, violence and human rights violation. As Congolese American, I carry both pride and pain. Pride in the creativity and human resilience, and pain from witnessing suffering for generations. This resolution sends a powerful message that lives of the Congolese people matter, that their suffering is seen, and that peace is still possible because we refuse to look away while people are speaking out. I urge you to support this bill and to stand on the right side of history along the Congolese people who live in New Hampshire and beyond, the democratic aspiration and their hope for a future free from violence and filled with prosperity. So I urge you guys to please support the HR 26 bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. You presented that very well on behalf of Grace. Will you take any questions on behalf of Grace? Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for that. Very well done. I have no more cards with regard to HR 26, supporting peace and stability in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So I will close the hearing on HR 26, and we'll move right along to HCR 12. HCR 12 is a House concurrent resolution as opposed to an HR. So a House concurrent resolution, should it pass the House, would go to the Senate if they take it. And then the Senate, if they opted to, would also have a chance to vote on this resolution as well. So HCR 12 calls for the federal delegation from New Hampshire to support Medicare for All, a universal health insurance program that guarantees all people the health care they need. I have at least 6 cards here, so there's some real desire to testify here. Representative Lamontagne is the prime sponsor. She has asked for 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes. And she, of course, is in support of the bill. Welcome, Representative Lamontagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all of the members of the committee for letting me speak here. I will say up front that I'm a little bit emotionally high because my mother passed away Tuesday night. But I decided to come anyway because if there's anything she taught me, it was to stand up and speak what I believe. And she was so proud of me for being a state rep. So got that over with, and I should be able to move on. Medicare for All would be transformative for this country. And before you dismiss what I have to say in this resolution as being too far left or too progressive, just consider this. We are the only country in the world that does not guarantee health care for all its people. So that is, in fact, what is extreme. We do have excellent health care in this country. People come from all over the world to go to our hospitals, but wealthy people paying cash for the best doctors in the world does not mean we have a healthcare system that takes care of all the citizens in this country. We pay the most for it, and we have the worst outcomes. After the Second World War, most countries in Europe developed national health care programs, but we in this country went a different route, opting for employers to provide health care, health insurance. And that is largely what we still have. It still functions to entice people to take certain jobs for the benefits and to stay in those jobs. But there are a lot of people who miss out on this system. Gig workers, people who work for themselves, or small businesses who are exempt from having to provide health insurance for their employees, or people who work multiple part-time jobs to stay afloat, do not have insurance. And even with insurance, we have high barriers to participation in healthcare, with high deductibles and restrictive networks. And soon the people without health insurance are going to include the millions kicked off of Medicaid that cannot afford premiums on the marketplace. As a self-employed person for the last 20 years or so, I bought my insurance on the Affordable Care Act exchange, and my premium went up $200 a month this year. I now pay close to $900 a month with an $8,000 deductible. And I wasn't even getting a subsidy, and my premium went up that much. And even with insurance, people can rack up enormous medical debt if they have a catastrophic medical event. 2/3 of all bankruptcies in this country are for medical debt. That's unheard of in any other developed country in the world. And if you think the health insurance market will correct itself, it won't. We do not have a free market for health insurance in this country. Employers pick the plan for their employees, and insurance companies set up the network, deciding which doctors and which hospitals an individual can use. But people ask, how can we afford a national health insurance plan? The real question is, how can we afford to keep on going without one? Because right now the private sector makes money ensuring the low-risk pool, healthy working adult people and their children, few of whom will have major medical expenses. But the government has to insure the high-risk pool, anyone with a disability, any child that's has a major medical problem, they can go on the CHIP program. All the poorest people in our country, they're on Medicaid. And most importantly, all the elderly are on Medicare, who have the highest medical needs and prescription drug costs of any other group. So think about it this way. For 50 years, we all pay into private health insurance when we're healthy working adults. 50 years. Then when we're 65, we go on Medicare, when actually we start to need a lot more medical care. But none of that money we paid for 50 years goes into the pool of money to take care of us when we're old. That's really institutional corruption, and it's been going on for decades. Many of you are alarmed about how much our government pays for Medicaid. And I do too. I think it's a big problem. But Medicaid would not even be necessary if we had Medicare for all. Because here's the difference. Medicaid, being for very low-income people, once you're on it, you don't pay into it at all. Okay? Medicare is a sliding scale. So you don't have to income qualify. You pay a small proportion, you say 5% of your payroll tax, and then you're signed up for Medicaid. So all your working years, you're paying into it. And this would save us enormous amounts of money, because what do we pay right now for private insurance? We pay 12 to 20% of any payroll. And the other reason Medicaid is so expensive is the reimbursement is so low that even if people have Medicaid, they have a hard time finding a primary care doctor or a specialist who will take them. So they end up going to the ER, where they can't be refused for treatment for chronic conditions that could have been better managed, not in the hospital. But one of the most tragic things about our healthcare insurance fiasco right now is that Medicare does not pay for long-term care. If we combine the insurance pools that cover us when we are young and healthy with the pool to take care of us when we are old, we could have a more comprehensive Medicare system that covered dental, that covered long-term care. Instead, we force working and middle-class people, if they need long-term care at the end of their life, to spend all of their savings, leaving nothing for their children, so they can qualify for Medicaid at the end of their life in order to get the care they need. And this only reinforces intergenerational poverty in this country. But what does it mean for young people if we had Medicare for all? It means we could separate health insurance from our jobs. You could pursue the job you love, not just the job with benefits. If you're a small business, you could start one up without worrying about how you're going to pay for your own health insurance, let alone any employees you hire. And think of the savings for local governments. Right now, every budget is 20% of it is just for private health insurance, not just for the employees, but to subsidize the retirees' Medicare. And, so you want to reduce property taxes, Medicare for all, 20% right off the bat. And it will also benefit manufacturers and other small businesses that need to compete with companies in other countries where those companies are not paying private health insurance for their employees. It's a terrible disadvantage for our companies. And as for the federal budget, we would have more contributions going into the system and waste the overhead that we pay. Private insurance costs about 20% of overhead. And Medicare and TRICARE operate very well with only 3 to 4% overhead. And it would give us tremendous bargaining power to have one government insurance program that could allow us to prioritize reimbursement for primary care that this country so desperately needs. And I'll wrap up by reminding you that this is not about socialized medicine. We're just talking about the insurance. And I urge you to vote to pass on this resolution, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Representative Lamontagne. And firstly, sincerest condolences. Thanks for sharing
Thank you.
about the loss of your mom. And you mentioning her here to us and those that are watching, certainly keep her memory and spirit alive. And Representative Mandelbaum, you got a hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Lamontagne, for taking my question. I share Chairman Moffat's condolences
Thank you.
for your loss. I've worked in public health and health policy for the better part of a decade. Started when the Affordable Care Act was being implemented around 2014. So very familiar with these conversations around health insurance and coverage. The bill or the continuing resolution asserts that a single insurance pool is, quote, the only sustainable, cost-effective approach, unquote. But I'm concerned how a single payer system might also eliminate redundancy and flexibility, which could make the health system vulnerable to political budget cycles, economic downturns, and federal mismanagement. Could you speak to some of those concerns?
I'm not really sure that I think the effect of redundancy would actually be eliminating redundancy, certainly in the way that we have to qualify people to participate in all these different broken down systems we have in this country. And we're already paying in a small amount. I think it's like 1.5% of payroll into the Medicare that takes care of us when we're older. We already have a system set up to change the way, if people opt in, it would be a very simple thing. I think it would streamline that. I think a lot of the other issues in the healthcare system are really in the private sector, not the federal system, as far as redundancy, I think.
Other questions? Representative Belcher.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question on this. So yours is the only HCR, House Continuing Resolution we're hearing today. All the other ones are HRs, House resolutions. Obviously, the difference being a House resolution is usually used for policy positions of the body. A House Continuing Resolution, because it goes to the Senate
Excuse me,
and governor.
House concurrent resolution.
Current.
Continuing resolution is something they do in Washington.
Yes, you're right. Thank you for the correction. Concurrent resolution goes to the other body and to the governor, thereby giving it the effect of law. So I'm wondering why you went with the HCR route with the effect of law rather than the HR route.
I think we just wanted to go for it. I think this is one of the most critical things that we need to do in this country. And especially now that at the federal level, the system is just being torn down and there's nothing to replace it. All these people that have been kicked off of Medicaid, they're going to need something. So there have been people talking about Medicare for all for a long time. It's really time we move forward with it.
There's a good point, Representative Belcher, about the HCR. But an HCR, if it goes to the Senate, does not go to the governor. And I can confirm this, an HJR, or maybe Davis can, would go to a House joint resolution, would go to the upper body and the governor. So there's a lot of HRs, HCRs, HJRs, and we'll make that clear. But for those that are watching, there are different types of resolutions. I'm glad that you pointed that out. And thank you for that answer, Representative. Anything else for the prime sponsor, Representative Belcher? Go ahead.
Thank you. I have just one more, because you opened your testimony by, I was actually rather shocked to hear that we're the only country on earth that doesn't guarantee healthcare for all of its citizens. But I guess the other side of that coin is, I want to ask you, can you identify by name any country that actually delivers quality healthcare to all its citizens?
And I believe I said any developed country, but I may have missed that from my written testimony. But this isn't about setting up a system. You know, of course there are, you know, in the UK, they have a nationalized health service system that does go in hand with, you know, private providers as well. It's not the only resource, but in most countries, it is just about the insurance and it's still private delivery, which is what this resolution is. I'm not calling on a federally run program. The only large-scale federal health delivery system in our country is the Veterans Administration, which runs well.
Other questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Budetaki, go ahead.
Well, it's not a question, but I want to acknowledge that you are here to testify, even with your current situation. It shows how passionate you are for the well-being of the people. I also want to share that the New Hampshire Fiscal Institute data report published in 2023 states that around 65,000 people in New Hampshire, which is 6.7%, are uninsured. And when this means people delay care, get sicker, and costs rise for cost for everyone. So I think this is worth the fight you are leading, and I'm in full support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Mandelbaum, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lamontagne, I'm just curious, why Medicare for all? Why not advocate for a public option?
2 years ago, I presented a House resolution that was very similar. And this year we specifically said Medicare for all. And I believe that because, as I said earlier, we already have a system that's all over the country. Every doctor's office knows how to bill for Medicare already. It would be the easiest transition. But the other thing that can be really misleading is having a public option. That's still not saying we're going to pay into the same pool that takes care of us when we're older. You know, and I've heard some Democratic leaders, national leaders, who say, oh, yes, we're in favor of some kind of Medicare plan for everybody. But that could very much mean just a privatized Medicare plan like Medicare Advantage. And again, that's not paying into the same pool that takes care of the whole low risk population and the elderly. It's a very important distinction.
Anything else? Go ahead, Representative Seibert.
Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to hear a little more of how this would affect the workers' comp situation that takes place, and all those other like extra kind of side things that come into play with on the job accidents, or the distinction of that, and how that would play into what we're discussing here.
I'm not sure that I could give you a very good answer about that, because I think workers' comp insurance is a different thing. Though in some ways, as a self-employed person, I have gone without workers' comp insurance for a lot of the time that I've worked because it's so expensive. But I at least think I have health insurance, and I'm not about to sue myself over the loss of my employment, right? The main thing for me is the risk of an injury, like having the health insurance, which I always have. So I think those are two different markets. But if everyone had health insurance, then there would be less risk to employers over having to cover for injuries.
Anything else? Representative Plant, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Can you just tell me if current legislation for Medicare for All would fund for gender-affirming care and abortions at the federal level?
I think they probably do. But I've always opposed the Hyde Amendment. Like I don't feel that people's healthcare choices should be restricted based on the individual perceptions of some people of what is moral or not. Like there are certainly many things the government spends money on, like nuclear weapons, that are people who are very opposed to that, but they don't get to say, I'm not going to let my tax dollars be used for that. So I believe that people have rights and everyone's entitled to them.
Anything else for the prime sponsor? Representative Jones, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to ask, I've been a city councilor I'm in my 39th year now, and it caught my eye on line 27 of the bill about the savings to municipalities. And I just wanted to know, has the Municipal Association taken a position on this?
I do not know that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else? Seeing no more hands, thank you, Madam Prime Sponsor. Okay, moving right along, we have a lot of pink cards that have come in and are coming in. And so typically when we get a great interest in a measure, we need to be succinct in terms of not repeating previous testimony. Obviously, all of us on the committee, sometimes it helps to hear something once or twice, but if something's already been pointed out, a statistic, a fact, whatever, if you can not necessarily restate that so that we can give everyone a chance to testify. Occasionally we'll have to have a limit, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and I don't want to do that. If we can there's a word. Yes. So that said, we're looking forward to hearing from everyone. And our custom is to give fellow legislators a chance to follow the prime sponsors. Representative Howard is here, and he's asked for 3 minutes. Representative Howard, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable committee members, for having me today. Today, I'm speaking in support of HCR 12. So, when I was 15 years old, I suffered a severe spinal injury that changed my life forever. Beyond the physical pain, that experience really exposed to me exactly how broken our healthcare system really is. As I saw firsthand how a single accident can push a family to the brink of financial ruin. It is a moral failing that in the United States, citizens face bankruptcy due to medical bills even when they have insurance. A tragedy unheard of anywhere else in the developed nations. No person should ever have to go bankrupt for simply suffering an injury or falling ill. Our current system is not only cruel, it is fiscally irresponsible. In 2023, the United States spent $4.9 trillion on healthcare, a 7.5% increase from the previous year. We pay into private health insurance our entire working lives, yet none of that money goes into the Medicare program to ensure we are all cared for when we are too old. This too poor system, which separates healthy workers from high-risk populations like the elderly and the poor, is neither sustainable nor affordable. In contrast, Medicare for All is estimated to cost $3.5 trillion annually. I mean, there have been a number of studies that look, and it's somewhere around $30 trillion to $40 trillion estimated over 10 years. And most of those are below $3.5 trillion, representing a massive reduction in national spending while providing better coverage for everyone. By transitioning this to a single insurance pool, we can create a sustainable, cost-effective approach that guarantees every citizen and legal resident the care they need without the bloated administrative overhead of private insurers. Furthermore, establishing a universal healthcare system is a matter of upholding international standards of human dignity. The UN Charter for Human Rights and Universal Declaration of Human Rights establish that healthcare is a fundamental right, yet our current system leaves far too many people uninsured or underinsured. This neglect leads to delays in care for chronic physical and behavioral health conditions, which continue to drive down U.S. life expectancy. By passing comprehensive legislation that includes dental, vision, and long-term care without deductibles, we can finally treat healthcare as the human right that it is. We need to push Congress to act, and I encourage the committee to support the resolution of OTP. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Questions? Seeing no hands, thank you again. Representative Paige Beauchemin is asked for 3 minutes. She is in the House. Welcome. She's here from Nashua, and she's representing her constituents, it says.
I'll never remember the buttons. Thank you all for having me here. I'm Representative Paige Beauchemin, and as the chair said, I represent Nashua's Ward 4. Thank you to the chair for having me here, and thank you to the committee for hearing me. I am one of the co-sponsors of this resolution, and I am a nurse. I have been a women's maternal child health nurse and a psychiatric nurse for over 15 years now. And I am here to talk about how the lack of healthcare truly impacts real people by sharing some stories with you. So the first one I want to share is many years ago, I worked in a clinic. It was a free clinic for people who, it was a sexual wellness clinic. So they would be tested for sexually transmitted infections. And it was for people uninsured or underinsured. So in that, sometimes we do discover the problem is, say, a urinary tract infection, which is what this woman had. But we didn't have funding for antibiotics. We were a sexual wellness clinic. So I had to go tell her, look, you probably have a UTI, but we can't help you. So drink cranberry juice and good luck. And we turned her away because she doesn't have money for a doctor and she doesn't have money for something like antibiotics. I later worked in an outpatient mental health facility. I should say it's an office, an outpatient office. We were one of the only places in the country taking care of people who were pregnant and postpartum who needed psychiatric help. And I cannot tell you how many hours I spent fighting with insurance companies after repeated denials of the medication that was the only medication considered safe for a pregnant person that would help prevent things like a bipolar or psychotic episode during pregnancy. And those hours could have been much better spent taking care of the people who needed to be cared for. So sorry, I lost my place here. Another issue here is we talk about crime and safety a lot. And as a nurse, as a human, as a legislator, I want every single person to feel safe and secure, which is why I'm an advocate for Medicare for all. I know that according to a recent CDC citation, deaths per year caused by homicide are about 22,000. Alternatively, according to many studies since 2008, estimates of how many people die per year directly due to the lack of health insurance, and this doesn't even count being sorry about that. It doesn't count being underinsured. The estimates range anywhere from 26,000 to 90,000, with the most well-cited study found the number to be around 45,000 a year. So homicide is 22,000. Being uninsured is more than double the lives that we lose. Having so many uninsured people also raises healthcare costs for every single one of us. So to go back to the patient with the UTI, if she doesn't have health insurance, she's maybe going to drink cranberry juice, hope it goes away. What if it doesn't? She could end up with a kidney infection. Now she's going to the ER and she's being hospitalized. She doesn't have money, and a lot of the hospitals will eat the cost. What happens then? That cost gets transferred to the other folks who have private health care or are paying out of pocket, whatever it is, the cost goes to other people. So either that happens or the hospital cannot stay open. And then we have hospitals closing down, which is what we are seeing in the rural areas already in this state. And this would make, and it's only getting worse. We're seeing more and more get worse. As one example, my area of labor delivery, there have been 11 labor and delivery units in the past 20 years in this state that closed. So this is already happening. We are in a crisis. There are people in the North Country driving 2 to 3 hours to deliver their baby. We cannot let this get any worse in this state. So in summary, our current healthcare system does not work. And continuing to apply Band-Aids, all these, let's fix this tiny little thing, really avoids the root cause of the problem, that healthcare is a human right. And every other civilized country ensures that its citizens are healthy. That's one of the things that is most important to them. This resolution takes a stand for all of our constituents who are sick or under-resourced. Please support this resolution because it is vital to the health and well-being of the entire country. Thank you.
Your representative questions? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Boschman, for taking my question and for your testimony and sharing your experience as a nurse. I'm curious, you and the previous speaker have mentioned things like the cost of health insurance and cost of care. And I'm curious if there are any concerns about a Medicare for all system potentially downshifting some of those costs in the form of higher taxes.
So all of the research on this shows that we are currently paying more for healthcare than we would under a Medicare for all system. So the cost does transfer, but overall, when you take out when you consider premiums, co-pays, other deductibles, things like that, we know it actually costs less. And the healthcare we have is not. We have some of the worst health outcomes despite spending the most money of every other developed country. What is happening now does not work. And we need to have a different system. This system would absolutely cost less and provide higher quality health care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Belcher.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard a couple times about the cost savings for Medicare for all versus our current paradigm. I was just looking, it looks like on average, Medicare pays out anywhere from 30 to 50% less than private insurances pay out. And those savings are based on estimating that lower rate of reimbursement would be forced on all providers. So my question is, how many providers do you think might be at risk of bankruptcy and going out of the field if they're all of a sudden being forced to take a 30 to 50% pay cut and they have a lot of debt?
Yeah, so I appreciate that question. Thank you. And I will first say I'm a nurse. I am not an insurance expert. And I'd like to turn back that this is a resolution. One thing that I know as a nurse and as a manager is that I don't know all the answers. And when I'm not an expert in something, we need to bring the experts in. So this bill, I don't think that I or Representative LaMontagne should write out the entire way that this should work for the entire country. But this resolution isn't about that. It's not about building the system. The resolution is about saying, we need to do something different and we need to save more lives. It's simply making a statement saying we have to start addressing this and we stand behind this. We recognize it's a problem and we know our constituents are asking for it. 70 to 80% of Americans, some studies show, support a Medicare for all system. So there is growing interest in this and support. And I think that it's time that we just make a statement saying, we support you, we hear you, we're going to look into it because we know that you need better health care. Another piece of that is, I think I lost my train of thought. So please forgive me on that. I think that's it to answer that question. Thank you very much.
Other questions? Representative Bennett.
I didn't know if I wanted to ask this question or not, but here we go.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking my question. My question is, why do you think the private healthcare system, as I do agree that, I'm kind of old, so I know I've been through a lot of different things with healthcare and insurance and all that, and I do agree that we have a problem here. But why do you think the privatized system is not working?
Oh, sure. Thank you very much. So a business model, when you privatize anything, some people won't be able to afford it. That's kind of the point of a business, is a for-profit business, which hospitals are technically nonprofit, but I think we all know that they're running as for-profit businesses, and there's a lot of money going into both healthcare, and then insurance companies are for-profit. And so when you have a system where the foundation is based on making as much money as possible, there are going to be people who cannot afford that. That's just the nature of for-profit businesses. That's a business model. And so in this case, this isn't like somebody can't buy the shelf or the candle that they want to afford. We're talking about human lives. So privatizing, by the nature of what it is going to leave people out. I think, I know, and this is not to, this is not to be cheeky, but it's kind of, I see it as a simple answer, right? I think if we can just simplify it, look at what a private business is intended to do. And I think it's a pretty easy leap to say, this isn't going to work for healthcare. I hope that did answer some of your question.
Public-private question is a question that has been taking up countless millions of hours, and the way that you answered that at the end, I think, is apropos. Other questions?
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I'd like to now thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
I'd like to now go to former Representative, the Honorable former Representative Coffey. She is here. Welcome back. From Manchester, representing herself, and she's asked for up to 4 minutes.
I will keep it succinct and I will not read you my remarks. I will submit them electronically after the fact. My name is Jen Coffey. I am a former Republican state representative. I served between 2008 and 2012. I was vice chair of commerce. Healthcare is actually one issue that Republicans and Democrats actually find themselves on the same side of. I had a great conversation with Senator Hawley last week, a couple weeks ago in DC, about the ACA tax credits and the fact that 50,000 New Hampshire citizens are losing their health insurance, including my own son, because those tax credits weren't given back to the people. They can't afford their premiums. What we're fighting for is for people to have health care that includes dignity and a life worth living. I was a first responder. I was an EMT. I was a trauma tech. I spent most of my life having at least 2 jobs, and until my second round of cancer. I beat the first one. The second one destroyed my body. And as I sit in front of you today, I am potentially losing more of my vision from my cancer treatment of more than a decade ago. And I developed the most painful disease known to medicine. It's called CRPS, Complex Regional Pain Syndrome. 70% of people with it, young and old, will choose suicide, and they shouldn't have to, because there are treatments available, but the insurance companies lock patients out. I have taken countless patients to DC to fight for the health care, to try and get a prior authorization through their senator's office or their congressman's office. This is because we have the most screwed up system and the greatest fleecing of America that you've ever seen, these insurance companies. Health insurance companies don't do anything to increase positive outcomes in medical care. They do, however, cost many lives, including nearly my own. I actually, among other things, I've begged for my health care. I have begged, pleaded, made videos. I flew to Minnesota twice and went to United Healthcare's headquarters, stood in their lobby and begged for my life. And I told them I didn't want to die, and I wanted a prior authorization for my life-saving infusion that they kept denying. They gave me one, then they paid $1.22, leaving me with the remainder of the bill. So I appealed. They took back 12 cents and paid $1.11. I had to go to Senator Shaheen's office to get through CMS, to file complaints, to finally get the bill paid. They use our Medicare tax dollars to fund their third homes, their Gulfstream jets. United Healthcare has 2 Gulfstream jets. They don't fly with the peasants. How much does it cost to fuel one of those that's taken from our Medicare tax dollars? They got the biggest raise this year. Over 5% increase in our Medicare tax dollars into these private, for-profit insurance companies. United Healthcare makes at least $8 billion every 3 months in profit, and it's not enough. Despite that huge raise, they increased premiums this year. They increased deductibles. They increased copays. They tightened the networks. I know a kid who died because her asthma medication went from $30 to over $500, and his parents will tell you they wish they had known. But they didn't find out he didn't get the medicine until after he was dead. Remember, this money is stolen from us. I started paying in when I was around 14, I think. We all pay in our entire lives for an insurance policy. It's not a handout. It's not some give me. We work hard for this. We pay in with our lives to have this insurance. And I will tell you that I went to the Netherlands and I experienced what a national healthcare policy looks like, and it's amazing. They pay the doctors directly. There's no 20 million people in the billing department. I have a provider that hired an employee for billing to do nothing all day, every day, but Blue Cross Blue Shield denials. The insurance companies do nothing to increase positive healthcare outcomes. They get in the way of healthcare. We can't get preventative care because they won't allow it. I had the best lymphedema treatment of my life in the Netherlands without insurance for a whopping $45. And I can't get that care here. Insurance companies don't allow it. I have a Medicare Advantage plan. I was stupid. And I tell everybody not to sign up for one. I was a Dana-Farber patient. until United Healthcare decided Dana-Farber's not in network anymore. The doctor in the building was in network, but the building was out of network. I got a bill. Again, I had to go to the senator. Again, I had to go to CMS. I got a one-time exclusion that they paid the bill, even though Medicare says they're supposed to pay 100% of all mammography. I lost a side of myself to cancer. I'm trying not to lose my life. And they made sure in the letter, United Healthcare, to tell me that this was a one-time thing. I can't go there anymore. I can't see the best in Boston, but I could if I had Medicare. You know what? Pretty much every doctor takes Medicare. Every hospital takes Medicare. All of my providers looked like they were in network when I signed up last year. As soon as January turned over, now my specialist is on a network, and I'm going to have to pay exorbitant amount of money because they can change it like that, 2 seconds, and you lose it all. I lived my life right. I worked my ass off. I had a house and property and land and umpteen jobs. I thought I served my nation. I paid my dues. I paid my taxes. Now I beg for my life and I beg for other people's lives because insurance companies kill people. They deny and delay care. They make you use a cheaper alternative. I've heard doctors talk about being forced to give kiddos cheaper chemo first because that's what the insurance wanted, but it didn't work. But now it's too late to use the other one. The one the doctor said could save their life. They get in between our doctors. You got an eye doctor telling a heart surgeon they can't do an ablation on a cardiac patient. I listened to an emergency room doctor ask United Healthcare bigwigs. We were on a private call with vice president why he couldn't get an EKG, a cardiac monitoring for a patient who came in with chest pain. And they said, well, it's an individual thing. Since when? Ask any medical professional. Chest pain? You got to have the cardiac workup. That's how it works. But not if the insurance gets in there first and shuts you off. And forgive me, I may have taken more time than I intended. And I know I've gone off of my remarks a little bit. And I will submit them electronically. So
Thank you
sorry
for
about
that eloquent and passionate testimony. Would you take any questions if there are any?
Absolutely.
Are there any questions? Seeing no hands, I thank you again, as I said, for that eloquent, passionate testimony. And we need to move along here. Dr. James Fisher is asked for up to 5 minutes. Dr. Fisher is here from Dover, representing himself. Welcome. If I said that correctly, is it Dr. Fisher?
I pronounce it Fisher, but that's fine. It's
Dr.
very
Fisher.
confusing, yeah. I blame my dad for it. And you've heard from a lot of people. I'm a doctor, and I'd like to get more of an inside view of this. My name is James Fisher. I'm a retired primary care physician who has worked primarily on the Seacoast, but I've also spent 5 years in the VA clinics, both in Manchester and Somersworth. In over 35 years as a physician, I've experienced the successes and failures of our so-called healthcare system. And I use that word system very loosely because it really hasn't been organized as a system. I grew up in a small town in upstate New York and was very sick as a child. My family doctor made house calls and on more than one occasion rushed me to the emergency room in Albany, which saved my life. I've eliminated this, but I'll add it back again. Back then, I'm old enough. Back then, the emergency room was exactly that, a room, and the patients were separated by curtains. My family doctor saved my life, and I wanted to be like him. That's why I chose the field I chose. But a lot has changed about medicine and the practice of medicine since then. When I graduated from Albany Medical College, primary care doctors owned their own offices and billed their patients directly. That was the model of care that I became a doctor to do. But technology dramatically improved longevity and medical outcomes. Newer vaccines prevented many of those childhood diseases that almost killed me. CT scans were new and enabled doctors to peer inside the human body when X-rays could only hint at the shadows. When I was in medical school, a newer type of scan had based on powerful magnets called MRI, showed three-dimensional details that CT scans missed. But all this technology cost money, and the average person couldn't afford to pay for it if a serious problem developed. Insurance companies stepped in, and it was a good deal at first, mostly because there weren't many of them, and the risk pools were large enough to make health care and health insurance affordable. But insurance companies have a dual purpose. Yes, they cover health expenses for the people they insure, but they also have an obligation to give a return on investment to their shareholders. As more companies got in on the Health Insurance Act, the risk pools got smaller, and companies needed to find new ways of keeping up the returns to their shareholders. As a result, they raised premiums and lowered payments to doctors, especially primary care doctors. Ironically, when it comes to health insurance, Adam Smith's version of capitalism doesn't work. Competition among health insurance companies makes insurance more expensive, not less expensive. With lower insurance payments to individual practices, doctors sold their practices to hospitals, and later hospitals sold them to hedge funds and other investment companies. The practice of medicine has become a vast money-making industry where doctors need to focus more and more on the company's bottom line and less on the best practice of medicine. Healthcare today is unaffordable. I've seen patients avoid coming to the office because they couldn't afford the visit, nor the treatment. Preventive care is nearly non-existent. When I was in practice, I would cheat by spending a couple extra minutes with my patients in an effort to teach them how to eat right and stay healthy and avoid future injuries. It meant I would usually fall behind my schedule 2 to 3 times a week. America is now the most expensive health care in the world, by far. Granite Staters pay just under $12,000 a year for individual insurance, and a family of 4 pays on average between $18,000 and $24,000 annually. But there are exceptions. The VA system still focuses primarily on the needs of the patient veteran. Medications and procedures are provided at little or no cost, and no one needs additional paperwork or prior authorization to get them. It's not a perfect system, but the satisfaction rate is high, and it's higher than with private insurance. I'm not a veteran myself, but I am lucky. I turned 70 last year, and I have Medicare, traditional Medicare. My payments are zero unless I get sick, and then I have to pay 20% of expenses, which I can do out of the money I saved from not paying health insurance premiums. But I also have supplemental insurance. I don't like it, but it's still a lot cheaper than before I was on Medicare. I paid off my 2023 Lexus last year. That car cost me the equivalent of 3 years of the average Granite State health insurance premiums for a family of 4. After 3 years, I have a car that's completely mine. By comparison, what do you have after paying for health insurance for 3 years? Nothing. You have to start from scratch. That $60,000 plus that I spent, or that would have been spent on health insurance premiums, is gone. And this year, that price is even higher. Look, HCR 12 is not asking you to fix America's health care. It's asking you to make a statement that something is wrong with the way we pay for health care in the United States, and it's long past time to fix it. There may be other ways other than Medicare that will do that, but that would then be asking you to reinvent the proverbial healthcare wheel. Medicare has been around for over 60 years, and it works. Maybe Congress can find a way that works better, but at least HCR 12 is asking Congress to come to the table and start serious talks about it. I'm asking you to recommend adopting HCR 12 to save yourselves and your constituents a bundle of money on health care. This is one bill you don't have to pay for. It costs you and the state nothing. It tells the rest of the country that New Hampshire is tired of overpaying for health care. Our health care dollars should go for health care, not for a return on investments to stockholders. And let me say one more thing. When Dr. Dolkart, who was supposed to go before me, and I worked, when we walk into an exam room, or when I walked into an exam room, I didn't care. We didn't care if the patient was a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or a Druid. His or her politics, religion, sexual orientation, skin color didn't matter. We were there to do a job to restore that person to health. For us, this isn't about politics or money. It's about our ability to do our job, and those other things only get in our way. People don't trust corporate medicine today because they see it more as a financial investment than as a means to restore and maintain health. Our healthcare system should be about an investment in our health, not an investment of money. When medicine became an industry and doctors started working for large corporations, people lost faith in doctors and other medical providers. They're refusing life-saving treatments for themselves and their children because they believe that vaccines cause autism or that they're being injected with microchips. Granite staters will continue to hurt medically and financially unless we do something. And this bill is a small step in the right direction. Voting in favor won't mean you'll be forced to have Medicare for all. It means you'll be sending our national leaders a message that we need to change the direction in the way we pay for medical care. I'll be happy to answer questions, but with the chairman's permission, may I answer some questions that have been asked that haven't been answered?
Yes, go ahead. I definitely want to get to Dr. Dolkart and others, so we really need to focus on new
I got
information. But I'm going to defer to you. If there's something that you flagged that we need to hear, bring it on.
Yeah, and actually I can answer two questions at once. I love Representative Mendelbaum's questions and also Representative Plant's questions. As far as, you asked specifically if having a national or a single payer health system puts us at the whims of government or the whims of government officials. And you're 100% right. It does. Okay. Just like everything else in this country. And as far as gender affirming care is concerned, that's one of the whims that we would have to worry about. But the difference is this: under a private system, we have no control over that. That's determined completely by money, by who pays for what. If you want to eliminate gender affirming care, then put it to a vote for the people. The government has control over that. If you think, and I know Representative LaMontagne, who's my representative, by the way, won't agree with me or won't appreciate this, but this should be up to national debate about general affirming care. And a public system, a single payer system, does exactly that. It gives you the right to have a say in whether or not the government should pay for gender affirming care. And a single payer system would do that. So yes, it is subject to the government, and it's up to us, the people, to control that. Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I do likewise find many faults with the current state of affairs. I'm also looking at trying to identify root causes so we can identify how to fix things going forward. So with that, you brought up two very important things: the incredible increase in insurance costs and the incredible consolidation of hospitals and mergers and physicians' practices selling out to larger groups. Can you talk at all to what you think the root cause of that might be?
Yeah. Again,
in less than a minute,
as I mentioned in my testimony, a lot of it has to do with technology. We use more technology, that becomes expensive. But what we haven't done is that the preventive care stuff that I did as a physician, because insurance companies don't pay for that. Anything you do to prevent only benefits some other company that may offer a lower premium at another time. So lack of preventive care causes a lot of that, in addition to the technology.
You have a second part, Representative Belcher?
If I may follow up, I was just going to ask, hasn't the period since the ACA first passed, the Affordability Care Act, been the period of time in this that all of these insurance, the most rapid insurance cost increases accounting for subsidies and the most consolidation seen in the healthcare field?
It's sort of counterintuitive. The increase in costs have been due to some of the consolidation. As I said, the competition works in reverse in healthcare. In terms of again, technology has gotten more expensive, so that's increased the cost. So the ACA hasn't been responsible for the increase in cost, and also the ACA works through private companies, not through a public company. So there's no reinvestment in healthcare. There's only a reinvestment in the stockholders.
Okay, we do need to move along. Thank you for that extensive
Representative.
and
Thank
very
you all.
very helpful testimony. You started to refer to Representative Mandelbaum as Dr. Mandelbaum. You are a doctor, aren't you, Representative?
I have a PhD.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she'll ask different types of questions. Okay, Dr. Dolkart, welcome. If you can give us new information, that's what we're looking for here.
I will try. Thank you. Good morning. So my name is Ken Dolkart. I'm a physician for adult medicine. Practiced in New Hampshire for 43 years, raised my family here. And I'm in support of sending a message to our national delegation to create and manifest universal, affordable, high-quality health care. I have some prepared statements. Can I answer a few questions that I've heard asked as well? I've studied, I don't know much about resolutions, CR, JR, or other, but I know a lot about healthcare, and I think some of these are excellent questions that can be addressed.
Sure. We're lucky to have you here, and I want to give you the chance, like I said to your predecessor, if there's something that came up in committee that you have special knowledge of that you can speak to and help us, that's why we're here. We just need to do it efficiently.
Because I want to get to Mr. Belcher's questions about consolidation in hospitals, which has a lot to do with prices in the U.S. I am going to run through some prepared statements, and so thank you for the opportunity. We've had a 40-year experiment in U.S. healthcare, and it has been wildly successful for what it is designed to do. Congressional deregulation of interstate HMOs back in the 1980s, the spawning of pharmacy benefit managers from Medicare Part D, that's written in 2003 by the pharmaceutical industry, outsourcing of Medicaid administration to for-profit entities that have much higher overhead, by the way, than state administrations, and the role of private insurers in Obamacare, plus more recently the overpayments and tolerance of outrageous fraud in Medicare Advantage, have all created what this legislation was designed to do: create enormous wealth to the insurance corporations and private investors. That is how the system, it's not a system, that's what's been designed. It's been a remarkable victory in the channeling of public health care taxes into private pockets. In 1980, and again, I was practicing in 1980, we spent 9.4% of our gross domestic product on healthcare. We now spend $5.6 trillion annually. That's 18% of gross domestic product, which is, by the way, twice the average of the world's high-income nations that do provide actually affordable and excellent care: Germany, France, Netherlands, Australia, Japan, Thailand, Taiwan in the past 30 years. And in fact, those are high-quality systems, not all of which are Medicare for all, by the way. There are varied approaches to get from point A to point B. But right now, we're at point A. Our overall costs are not related, by the way, to coverage for more people or more services. Americans actually see their doctors much less frequently than most of the developed world, by the way. We do not get more MRIs here or more joint replacements than the rest of the developed world. The difference, why are our costs so extraordinary? It's really primarily two things. waste, administrative waste, we'll get to, and prices. Hospitals in many cities, by the way, and this might touch on, well, we'll get to some consolidation, but in recent years, hospitals in many cities have transformed from institutions of public good to revenue centers. Their boards are run by the same executives who are in industry. Many of these hospitals, not necessarily here in New Hampshire, but nationwide, are devoted to performing lucrative services. Joint replacements, cardiac surgery, elective procedures. This is where the money is. They have high return on investment. Hospital consolidations, by the way, capture large populations of people. They have covered lives, essentially. What's boosting prices in the United States, when hospitals were able to consolidate, in their negotiations with private insurers, they had the upper hand. Used to be back in the 1990s, the insurers, nationwide insurers, heavily capitalized by Wall Street, they had the upper hand. They could tell the hospital, we want you to control costs, this is what we're going to pay you for that procedure. In the U.S., hospital price over the charge over the cost of producing the service have increased 200% since 1999. It's not actually because of ACA. It's because nationwide hospitals have covered these huge swaths of people who want to go to their services, and they have the clout to say, no, we're going to ask you to pay this much more for that particular joint replacement or this particular intervention. So during the same time, great new drugs were introduced. As a doctor, I love being able to cure hepatitis C. I love being able to really make dramatic changes in people's lives. What most Americans maybe recognize now is that the price for one of these new wonder drugs was not determined by the research costs, but by what the market would bear. This is what, and the executives who worked for Merck, the executives on who run these companies, honestly said this is what the market would bear. Good news. Recently, we've started to see some control of this, and that's called regulation. And yes, it's called price control, which is something called monopsony. If you've got a big player, namely the government, you can control costs. Does it put those costs at risk for variations in the national economy? To an extent. The question is, do you want those costs to be determined by your private insurance, who's making hand over hand in your dollars and not going to your health care, versus and again, there's hybrids of systems. I'm diverting a little bit, I'm sorry, but there's lots of ways to get, as we discussed, from point A to point B. You know, in New Hampshire, as discussed by the former representative, we have seen the evaporation of labor and delivery units throughout the midsection of New Hampshire and the North Country. And rural hospitals have basically closed and littered our landscape. Waste, we talked about price. The price of your MRI here versus any other developed nation on earth is twice as high. It's ridiculous. But we also, so that's the price. But waste, we have armies. Armies of administrators are employed to convey what is basically things that are geared towards profit for the industry, for the insurance industry. You have proprietary billings. Every insurance has their own unique formulary restrictions, their own unique prior authorizations, and all these non-uniform interactions between hospitals and doctors' groups and the insurers. Okay, that's a lot of administrators. As an example, this will blow your mind. Not long ago, there were 1,300 billing clerks that worked at the Duke Medical Center to interact with the insurers for all these reasons. And those 1,300 billing clerks supported 957 beds. Now, I'm not supporting necessarily a Canadian-style healthcare, but guess what? In Toronto, there were 7 billing clerks supporting 957 beds at the Toronto General Hospital. This is just a little microcosm of what we see in waste and huge administrative costs in these duplicate systems. By the way, it's been mentioned that traditional Medicare has actually controlled in the U.S. and these past 20 years, traditional Medicare has controlled healthcare costs vastly better than private insurers. Those are hospital costs, those are physician costs, and service costs. And there's a reason for that. You have a massive Medicare program, lots of folks within the risk pool, but more importantly, there's unrivaled bargaining. You asked a question, Representative Belcher, about physicians. You are absolutely right. When I was in training back in the 70s, I didn't have a $200,000 bill when I came out of training. There was low income, low interest loans, etc. No other country on earth has that kind of amount of cost for education, because those countries have figured out, hey, if I pay for your medical education, you'll go work in this underserved area. You'll pay off this number of years for that number of. So physicians, by the way, are the most highly paid doctors in the world, again, compared to other countries. Could doctors go bankrupt? I'm not worried about it. I work in this profession. I'm not worried about that. Doctors, and by the way, doctors, the vast majority of doctors accept Medicare, because Medicare actually is an accepted, there's no prior authorizations, there's no administrative hassles, there's no burnout. Medicaid is under reimbursed because it's state run. So doctors actually, there are doctors who will not accept Medicaid because they don't get paid adequately for their service.
So the Medicaid, Medicare point you're making, we heard earlier, and we've gone over the 10 minutes that you'd asked for. This is fascinating, and I wish we had more time. I want to leave time for at least one question, but before I throw it open to questions, I want to give you a chance to finish with whatever the most salient point is that you think we really need to particularly absorb.
Sure. Well, I just have another paragraph. It's a long paragraph. Premiums have increased 250%, and deductibles have doubled. Coinsurances are newly invented over the past 20 years to keep up profits of the insurance industry in the setting of rising prices. The average cost now for family coverage is for their health care is that of a new car. Actually it's gone up $3,000, $27,000 based on this year's statistics. Rising expenses accounts for stagnation in wages for American workers, and states and towns can't keep up with the health costs of their employees. There was a national poll that came out yesterday, actually 2 days ago now. The cost of paying for health insurance and out-of-pocket expenses now leads the list of Americans' economic worries. It's greater than the price of groceries and food and housing. This was a recent survey from a couple that came out just recently. And this shouldn't be a surprise. The Rand Corporation and other multiple studies have shown a transfer of $80 trillion of wealth from the depleted 90% of the U.S. working middle class to the ultra-wealthy since 1975. All of this is in keeping with what we experience and what the middle class has seen in the United States. What has not been accomplished is an affordable health system designed to keep us well. It has accomplished its goals, which is what business does. They have a fiduciary responsibility to their stockholder, their investor. Their job is to make big bucks. Check. We've accomplished that. We've accomplished a lot of things, but we haven't accomplished affordable health care. Any system is going to have trade-offs and flaws, except to its most ardent ideological supporters. But all countries that are modern, developed countries have vastly superior systems to ours. We must demand that Congress meets its responsibility to create an actual health system that is effective, affordable, and accessible. So that's my prepared remarks. Thank you for indulging me.
Had some excellent prepared remarks, including yours, Doctor. Thank you for that. Does anybody have a hot question? Has to be hot. Not seeing any hot questions. We do want to move on and let these other folks have a chance. Thank you again. It was a very good testimony. Dr. Manzer, Karishma Manzer, is he here? I am so sorry. She is here from Exeter and has asked for 3 minutes. welcome, Dr. Manzer. Go ahead. You had a question to start?
And if anyone wants to take a stretch,
That's-
I don't want people to fall asleep.
That's my job, Doctor, to manage
Listen,
that.
thank you, Chairman.
And our members know that they can get up when they need to, except for me. I stay here. So welcome.
Thank you very much, Representative Moffat, and thank you very much to all the representatives here. My name is Dr. Karishma Manzoor. I worked in clinical research for over 20 years, especially in epilepsy and depression. I worked with people with major depression, and what happens with major depression is that you are unable to work, and therefore you are dependent on public insurance. And many of these folks could not afford the insurance, they could not access the insurance, and many of them were suicidal, and they did commit suicide. I did leave medical research, and I am not going to talk about my other higher aspirations at the moment, but I am hoping that one day I will be in the halls of Congress to support Medicare for all. So let me see. I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about some data. Again, I'm a scientist. I like to use numbers. The current system, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, private health insurance, VA, costs us $5 trillion. $5 trillion. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that if we move to Medicare for all, which will cover every single person in the United States, it will cost us $4.3 trillion. So from a fiscal perspective, it is a no-brainer. We have to move towards a universal health plan. The other numbers that I want to tell you about is if we don't look at what is happening on an annual basis in this country, we lose 50,000 people. 50,000 Americans die each year because of underinsurance or lack of insurance. The population of Concord is 45,000 people. We're wiping out a group that is the size of this city on an annual basis. That is a national security threat. And yet, in the halls of Congress, nobody's talking about, enough people are talking about a universal health care plan. And in Congress, it's actually a bipartisan failure. It's a Republican failure, but it's also a Democratic failure. Only a few people are co-sponsoring Medicare for all. We need a universal health care plan. Tell me another universal health care plan that's out there. Has anyone else offered it? Medicare for all is the only universal health care plan that has been offered both in the House and the Senate by Senator Sanders and Representative Jayapal year after year. But too many members of Congress do not support it. Why? Because big hospitals, big pharma, they're all making money from this broken system. They're making money from the fact that people are suffering in this country. Let's see what, I also want to mention one thing. The difference in life expectancy between a poor American and a rich American at the moment is 10 to 15 years. A poor American, on average, will live a shorter lifespan than a rich American, and that has partially to do with the healthcare system. Anyone who is pro-life or pro-human life or pro-decency, pro-dignity should actually be very worried about this. Another thing I do want to mention, and I think this is partially to do with the fact that this is a for-profit system. It is benefiting a lot of people. It is not benefiting Americans, but it is benefiting a lot of people. Those are the people in Wall Street, the stockholders of health insurance companies, the CEOs of health insurance companies. That is unacceptable. We are allowing medical murder in this country just so some people can make more money. Some millionaires and some billionaires can make some more. The way we should look at healthcare is not as a business enterprise, as a for-profit model. We should look at it as a public good, like fire department or police department. Would you ever ask, hey, did the fire department, was it profitable last year? Is it losing money last year? Maybe we should shut it down. No. Every year, my taxes are supporting the fire departments in my town and my police department. I haven't had to call them in years. But the day I need it, I'm glad that they're just a call away. Healthcare should be exactly like this, available to everyone when they need it, and to everyone, not just the people who have a job that offers the healthcare benefit, or somebody who's rich and that can afford it. So I'll stop there, Representative Moffett, but if you allow me, I would like to answer a couple of the questions that were offered by representatives earlier.
Please.
Representative Belcher, you asked, I believe, Representative LaMontagne about another country that offers as good a quality healthcare as the United States. I believe that was your question. So it was early. So I should tell you, first of all, universal healthcare is offered in all other developed nations, whether it's the United Arab Emirates or France, Italy, Germany. Germany has an unbelievable healthcare system, fantastic healthcare system. My son has food allergies. When we were traveling in Germany, he had an anaphylaxis reaction. We took him to the ER. We saw the physician. He received his care. We stayed for several hours. Once the physician released him, we came home and we received a bill for that. We had a similar problem when we were traveling to Maine, and again, he had an anaphylaxis reaction. Both of those bills from Germany as well as from Maine was covered by our health insurance. We're lucky to have health insurance in our family. And the care was absolutely the same. The German bill was $250. The Maine bill, the United States bill, was $5,000. That is what we're talking about. Absolutely exactly the same level of care. We had health insurance, so it was able to cover both, but many people don't have health insurance, and that $5,000 becomes a medical debt. Over 500,000 Americans each year are going bankrupt because of medical debt or dental debt. And sir, may I answer Representative Plant? Okay. Representative Plant, you mentioned something about whether it would cover gender-affirming care or I believe you said abortion care. I personally, having worked with patients and also being a human being and living in the live free or die state, I think the decisions about any human body should be made by the patient, their healthcare provider, and their loved ones, not anyone here. If nobody else basically should be making that decision. We should not be in anyone's bedroom, and we should not be in anyone's doctor's room. So I hope this was...
That doesn't answer my question that I asked, but thank you.
Representative Plant, because people are watching, they're going to be curious as to what your question was, and I'd like to have this
Sure.
clear.
Please, thank you.
While we're on this, so that people don't go away wondering what was his original
that's
question.
great. Fair enough.
To restate my question, it was simply, does the current legislation at the federal level for the Medicare for All Act call for funding for abortions and gender assignment care, reassignment care, or affirming care?
Medicare for All is going to expand on the current Medicare system and provide dental, vision, and long-term care. That level of specificity is not in the legislation yet. But support Medicare for All. Let it go to Congress. Tell our Congress members, neither of our senators, neither of our representatives have ever co-sponsored Medicare for All. They are Democrats. Tell them to co-sponsor Medicare for All, let it go to Congress, and then hash it out, what should be paid and what should not be paid. But at the moment, but again, I stand by my statement that I hope all of us will respect bodily autonomy and not enter anyone's bedroom or anyone's doctor's offices to decide for them what to do with their body, with all due respect.
Thank you, Dr. Manzer. You've already answered some questions, and I haven't even asked you if you'll take questions. So thank you for responding
Yes,
to
I will take questions.
Representative Belcher and Representative Plant. Are there anything else? Go ahead, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking another question for me.
Thank you.
I want to look specifically at just a little bit of the testimony that you gave, because I don't necessarily disagree that there's some ugly things happening.
Yes.
I don't disagree that there's some greed involved. I don't disagree that there's a lack of ethics involved in a
Yes.
number of different ways.
Yes.
I don't disagree with that. But you specifically said, I believe that the insurance companies are responsible for medical murder.
Mhm.
Murder is a very specific term.
Yes.
It's a legal term.
Yes.
Murder justifies self-defense. We've seen a significant rise in violence. We've seen multiple assassinations, including the killing of a healthcare executive in New York just a year ago. So can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you. The term medical murder is because if you know somebody needs a care to survive and you deny them that care, in a sense, you are giving them a death sentence. So I'm going to give you an example of one of our people here in New Hampshire. Their loved one had cancer. They had health insurance, but the health insurance denied the care. The person died. The physician had prescribed the care, but the insurance company decided not to pay for it. The person died. That same year, the CEO of that health insurance company made $15 million just in profit. Why are they able to make that much profit? Because of the denial process. They deny, deny, deny. More denials means more money remaining within their coffers and to give it out as bonuses. So yes, medical murder is a term in the United States. Thank you. Again, to go back, why are we allowing people to benefit off of other people's health? The whole model needs to be absolutely changed and obliterated. To go to Representative Mandelbaum's question earlier, why don't we have a public option? Then you're also almost saying this is a system that's kind of working and the public option will be a Band-Aid. We have to dismantle the current system. The current system is not working. The current system, it's like buying a lemon car and trying to fix it. It is not. It's a clunker and it has to be replaced.
The prime sponsor is behind you, shaking her head in the affirmative. That will be seen on television. We need to press on.
Sorry.
Dr. Mazur, thank you so much. Was there another? One more, Dr. Badatuki, Representative Badatuki.
Soon to be. Well, there is no denying that the current medical health insurance system, medical system, not working. It's working for them as designed, but not for the American people.
Correct.
So the question is, do you care saying anything to the healthcare corporations that profit off of illness and to the elected officers who protect them by opposing Medicare for all?
Yeah. So the system, you should have a patient, the provider, and a single payer system giving money back to the provider for providing care. Why do we have to begin with a private health insurance system? It just doesn't make sense. If you're talking about fraud, waste, and abuse, this is fraud, waste, and abuse. The whole healthcare system. So if you want efficiency, if you want fiscal responsibility, if you want small government, this is where you have to actually go. So the health insurance CEOs, what would I say? One day you'll have to answer to your maker. And it's not going to be a good look.
Thank you, Dr. Manzer.
Thank you very much.
I have two more cards here. I have one, a gentleman from Samberton and a gentleman from Exeter. From Exeter is Charles Fanning. Is Charles here? Charles, welcome. He's asked for 3 minutes, and you have some written testimony that you have or will submit?
I do have a copy.
Okay, welcome.
Can I give this over here?
You can give it to Dr. Mandelbaum, who is a doctor, as we learned. So welcome, Mr. Fanning, who's asked for 3 minutes. He's in support of the measure. It says bill. It is a resolution, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and state representatives. I am here to give you kind of a slice of what life is really like for a senior citizen under our current system. So I'm really going to talk about what has happened over the last several years with myself, but it gives you an insight into how a typical senior citizen has to live within the current system. Again, my name is Charlie Fanning. I live in Exeter, New Hampshire. I am almost 77 years old and currently survive on Social Security and working part-time for Uber. Over the last several years, the exceedingly high cost of groceries, gas, and the cost of living in general have forced me to work many more extra hours than I had ever anticipated at this stage of my life. My land rent has increased 180% in the last 3 years. My personal property taxes have increased 262% over the last year. During the last several years, I have had issues with diabetes, congestive heart failure, high blood pressure, asthma, arthritis, severe lower back pain, and bone-on-bone knee issues. 3 years ago, I started taking Eliquis as a blood thinner to reduce my chances of heart attack. I was also prescribed other expensive drugs, such as Jardiance for my diabetes and additional medicine for my asthma. In July of 2024, I reached the donut hole of my medical coverage, which meant that I no longer had the full coverage that I had for the beginning of the year and the end of the year. In the middle of the year, I had reached that point. So I was also, in July, in addition to 10 other medications that had relatively small deductions, the Eliquis, Jardiance, and the asthma medication were now costing me about $1,200 combined per month out of pocket. I simply could not afford this. So I started taking cheaper and less effective alternatives for my diabetes and asthma, and I started rationing some of my other medications, including the blood thinning Eliquis. Result of that was one afternoon in August of 2024, while taking care of a neighbor's 3-year-old, my left arm suddenly would no longer move. I called my doctor and was told to go to the ER immediately. I was not able to drive, so I had somebody drive me there and needed help with the 3-year-old that was in my care. It was determined when I got there that I had a blood clot in my brain and I had suffered a stroke. The cause of the stroke was the rationing of the medication Eliquis. Fortunately, I have recovered from this episode, but because of the overall cost of high cost of living and the high cost of my health care, I have a great deal of difficulty balancing my budget at the end of the month. I am not an exception. This is a pretty common occurrence for people in my age group. I also have some dental issues that are not covered by my health plan, and at this point in time, I can't really get anything fixed because I cannot afford it. My only hope for a healthier and longer life is Medicare for all. I urge you to please seriously consider this legislation. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for that. Are there questions for the gentleman from Exeter? Seeing none, thank you for sharing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have one more card, and yes, we also have, we're a little behind, but that happens routinely. We want to give everyone a chance who makes the trip in here to be heard. Our final pink card on HCR 12 is from the gentleman from Samberton. His first name is Michael. Is he here? And I do not see him. So with that, with no more cards, we will call a close to the hearing on HCR 12, and we'll jump right into HR 37. HR 37, House Resolution 37, involves recognizing the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights and urging the responsible and moral oversight of and accountability for military equipment used by international allies, especially in Gaza. The prime sponsor is for HR 37. Is Representative Beauchemin is still in the House. Welcome back, and let's get right to it.
I'll do my best, sir. Thank you. And thank you again to the committee for having me here. Again, I'm Representative Paige Beauchemin. I have been a nurse for over 15 years, and I serve Nashua's Ward 4. So being a nurse was a prime motivator for me submitting this resolution. And I want to first start by very strongly condemning the actions of Hamas on October 7th. It was a horrible and unjustified attack, and my heart is truly heavy for every person impacted. I also strongly denounce any form of anti-Semitism and any kind of xenophobia. I have long felt, almost from the beginning, that this is a matter of human rights. But having lived in an area with a very large Jewish population and building friendships and taking care of so many of them as patients, I wanted to be very careful at first about how I discussed it. But over time, my moral imperative has only grown stronger because I know that we're talking about human rights. I am hearing that constituents do not feel heard by their representatives, that this matters to them, and that when they talk about it, sometimes the response is that it's a federal issue. I strongly disagree with that sentiment. It's our job as leaders to listen to our constituents and do anything that we can to amplify their voices. They want me to be their voice because they do not want to support a genocide any longer. They want to be on the right side of history. And so by consulting with one of my constituents who has decades of experience studying conflict in Israel and Gaza, I wrote this legislation. Now, I'm a nurse. I have to take care of all of my patients. Doesn't matter to me what their political affiliation is. It doesn't matter what their religion or their culture is. As a nurse, they are human beings, and I care for every single one of them equally. But I'm not the only nurse who feels this way. Based on the same sentiments, nurses around the world have taken a stand against the heartbreaking human suffering and loss of life. I have a quick list. Global and national nurses associations have released statements in support of the Palestinians in Gaza, including the International Council of Nurses, National Nurses United. There are other countries as well as California and other states, and the American Nurses Association have all made these statements. As a nurse, there's another aspect here that's very concerning to me. And incidentally, the previous bill and this bill being heard back to back is actually very relevant because we are sending billions of American dollars overseas to cause human suffering and death. And did you all know that Israel has healthcare for every single one of their citizens? So we are sending billions of dollars overseas to cause human suffering while we have 45 to 50,000 people a year dying here. So do we on the state level have direct influence over global policy? No. But should our federal delegates advocate for what their constituents tells them matters to them? I think so. Do they have a responsibility to stand strong for human dignity and safety? Yes, they do. So this resolution is calling on our federal delegation to demand responsible oversight of U.S. military spending and for them to acknowledge and comply with international law governing the protection of civilians in war zones. It's the right thing to do for the U.S. budget. It's what our constituents want, but above all else, it's our duty to protect human life. So I respectfully ask that you support this resolution. Thank you.
Take any questions, Madam Prime
Absolutely.
Sponsor? Any questions for the Prime Sponsor? Representative Mannion, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking this question. It's kind of a would you believe that you can look into Google Maps right now in like northern Gaza, and it's I found it actually a challenge to find any intersection where there isn't at least one building destroyed.
Yeah.
Just it's something
Civilians and hospitals as well. So obviously, yeah, that impacts people.
You believe your answer is yes, you believe that.
Yes, I believe that.
Any other questions for the Prime Sponsor? Representative Belcher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Very simple question because there's obviously a lot of different information out there. I'm just wondering what is the source for the statistics that are provided in the resolution?
You know what? I'm actually going to have the constituent who helped me write those pieces of it, and I'll let him answer that question if that's all right. Thank you for the question.
Anything else for the prime sponsor, Representative Mandelbaum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Boschman. I'm curious if you can speak to why the bill specifically calls out the situation in Gaza. I'm not
Sure.
in any way saying that,
Yes.
you know, that is not worthy of our attention.
Mhm.
You had just mentioned a moment ago that this bill would govern the protection of civilians in war zones, and I'm just wondering, like, why not stop at military equipment used by international allies?
Sure. And I think the reason is right now, or I think the reason is because Gaza is the place, or excuse me, the conflict in Gaza has been going on for a very long time. There is a lot of conflict. Specifically, our federal delegates are much less likely to support what we're asking for specifically in Gaza. And that is the place where we are spending the most money at such a rapid rate. So that is where we are putting the most of our attention. And it was more so about writing about what's happening in Gaza and not wanting to dismiss what's happening elsewhere. But I think that the most critical place that we need to focus right now is the conflict in Gaza.
Anything else for the prime sponsor? Seeing no hands, Madam Prime Sponsor, you mentioned a constituent who is going to amplify your remarks.
Yes.
Who is that? If you could just tell me.
Yeah, that's Arias Shams.
Okay, and looking at the cards here. Okay, I see his name. So before I go, is it a he?
He,
Okay.
yes. Thank you for asking.
So I wanted to make sure we have that correct. Before I go to him, I will say we have 6 cards here, all of which ask for 3 minutes. One asks for 5 minutes. I'm going to ask everyone to please, so everyone gets a chance to provide testimony. Do not repeat previous testimony. Please keep it less than the 3 minutes that you asked for. Representative Howard is a co-sponsor, and he is here. Welcome back, Representative Heath Howard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, honorable committee members, for having me yet again today. For the record, my name is State Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And today I come in support of H.R. 37. The State of Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip. This is not an opportunity for debate, but a statement of fact recognized by multiple UN committees and commissions. The International Association of Genocide Scholars, numerous human rights organizations, and many UN member states. Is our nation willing to risk the entire post-World War II system of international law, which has ushered in the world's greatest era of peace, to our benefit, simply to subsidize another nation's genocidal foreign policy at the expense of the American taxpayer? Regardless of how you feel about this conflict, we cannot subject a population to collective punishment. Federal law already prohibits the sale of weapons which will be used for the furtherance of genocide. The current and previous administrations have instructed government officials to ignore the law and lie because the rules don't apply. In the last decade, American political discourse has experienced an almost unprecedented, alarming disregard for the truth and objective reality. This should not be the next subject that we simply lie to ourselves about. Truth be damned. I ask you all to stand with me in defense of reality and international law. We must acknowledge this genocide and every nation's responsibility to prevent it. We need to recommit ourselves to upholding international law and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Representative Gagne for the co-sponsor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You used the term genocide. Could you describe to me what it means by genocide that the IDF is committing genocide? Could you give me some examples?
Yes, well, as I referenced in my testimony, we are seeing collective punishment. And, I think that what happened on October 7th was horrific, and that the people who carried out that attack should be, they should be charged and handled in the Israeli court of law. But what we are seeing is not that. What we are seeing is the Israeli government and the IDF continue to kill, murder, bomb people who had nothing to do with that and use that as justification, and that is unacceptable.
Please.
Follow up.
Thank you. Okay. I know that you know this, but would you believe that the reason that the civilians, the innocent civilians, are being killed is because they're not going to leave, even though there were some leaf drops warning the civilians that the IDF was about to go into that situation? And would you also believe that the reason why the hospitals were bombed, the mosques were bombed, and the schools were bombed because the tunnels that Hamas built was underneath these places, because they knew that any peace-loving person would not like that, because civilians would be killed, and they wouldn't let them leave.
I do not believe that that is an acceptable reason to pursue collective punishment. I think that for an army that claims to be the most moral army in the world, they should have the opportunity to handle this without killing any civilians.
Okay, Representative Mandelbaum, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Howard, for taking my question. So related to Representative Gagne's question, in relation to the term genocide, would you also characterize the actions of Hamas on October 7th, 2023 as having genocidal intentions?
I believe that any actions that are intended to kill or harm another human are unacceptable, and that what happened on October 7th was an unacceptable act. And as I said previously, they should have been handled accordingly, whether that be in the Israeli court of law or, again, as I said, if we are looking at what should be supposedly the most moral army in the world, they should have been able to handle that situation.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
Respectfully, that didn't quite answer my question. I'm curious if you think Hamas was attempting to commit genocide on October 7th, 2023.
I don't think that that's a relevant aspect of the legislation that we're looking at. And as I said, I've already denounced that action, and I don't believe that any sort of attack against a human or that has the intent of murder or to harm them in any way is acceptable. And just as I said, October 7th was not an acceptable action.
Okay, anything else for the co-sponsor? Seeing no hands, thank you, Representative Heath.
Thank you.
At this time, I need to do some quick housekeeping. I'm looking to the ranking member and the assistant ranking member. We have about 6 cards, and I want to honor everybody's time who's come in here to testify. We are going to have to limit testimony to 2 to 3 minutes, but we will give everybody a chance. Now, following the completion of the hearing on H.R. 37, we have 2 more that were scheduled for this morning, H.R. 32, and we're coming back to H.R. 39. I think I saw the prime sponsor for H.R. 39 outside the doorway. There he is. Okay, so you understand we're rolling along and doing the best that we can. So Representative Lord and Representative Seibert, if the prime sponsor for the next measure is available at 1 o'clock, we can try to do that, or we'll work around her. We'll roll right into her if she's ready, or if she wants to come back at 1. So just check on that for me, if you would. Okay, so Arya Shams has been, his name has been mentioned as someone who is a constituent who can explain some of the reasoning behind the prime sponsor's initial remarks. So if you could take 2 or 3 minutes and do that, that would be great.
Absolutely. Do you want me to read my remarks first, or I might be able to answer some of those questions within my remarks.
I can tell you're very articulate. Whatever is most expeditious, because I know the prime sponsor by name referred to you to amplify.
Absolutely.
Amplify.
Absolutely.
So have at it.
Sounds good. For the record, my name is Aria Shams. I am from Nashua. I grew up in Pelham, New Hampshire, a very small town in southern New Hampshire. And I helped write the resolution you guys see in front of you right now. I'm going to be very blunt with this. Extremely frustrated. Extremely frustrated. The conflict in Gaza did not start in October of 2023. It is something I've studied for my entire life. I have a master's in international conflict resolution from Northeastern University. I am a first-generation American born to Iranian parents. My family knows exactly what it looks like when a government treats human rights as a suggestion rather than a mandate. They've lived through the brutalization of a state that stopped seeing its constituents as human beings. I spent my life in New Hampshire watching the world through that lens, and we've seen a pattern that a lot of the people in the halls of Congress seem to ignore, which is called the imperial boomerang. We treat H.R. 37 like a foreign policy debate, but it's really a local survival issue. The imperial boomerang is the reality that the violence we export always returns home to the metropolis. I want this committee to take a look at me and understand the stakes here. If we accept that our tax dollars can fund the erasure of children in Gaza that look like me, that have the same heritage that I do, that have the same cultural background that I do, then what exactly is supposed to stop this government from eventually using those tax dollars on Americans who look like me, who think like me, who have the same dreams and hopes that I do? History shows us that that line we draw for them, that line eventually comes back here and draws it for us. The surveillance tech, the total disregard of civilian life we fund abroad today are the same tools being used right now in American cities, in their backyards, without warrants. You cannot be for limited government while simultaneously funding a global machine that treats the Fourth Amendment as an obstacle. You cannot claim to be for personal and human rights while funding bombs that liquefy schools, hospitals, and graveyards. If we continue calling babies in Gaza collateral damage, why would our politicians care about American victims of school shootings? It's collateral damage. Is this resolution symbolic? Yes. Is it a piece of paper or an email? Yes. It will not stop. It will not bring back the people that have died. But what it will do is it will show New Hampshire still has a pulse. And when I wrote this, I didn't have specifically, or when I helped to write this, I didn't have specifically the people in Gaza in mind. I had Americans in mind as well. I had, I care about human rights, whether you're in Concord, Caracas, Tel Aviv, or Tehran. None of us are free until we're all free. And we don't need more swords. We need more shields. We need more people willing to stand between the machinery and the neighborhood. So I advise everyone, please support HR 37, and I appreciate it. And just to go over some of the questions, the numbers that are being reported are underreported. The numbers in this resolution are very underreported, and there's a reason for that. Because this has turned political. People have decided to make this issue political and not humanitarian. So if you want to look at medical journals, they're saying 250,000 people have died. I'm more prone to believe the medical experts than I am the politicians. Right now, the way bodies are counted in Gaza is not the way they counted bodies in the Holocaust, or else you would have a lot lower numbers. And we don't accept that kind of conspiracy. We know the numbers are 6 million.
That type of discussion on numbers is something that I think we will do an executive.
Sure.
I'm sure when we have an executive session, that
You got
gives
it.
us a chance to have some back and forth on that type of thing, those numbers. I want to move on, unless there's a compelling question that somebody really wants to get out, or if you have something that you really Did you have
He raised his hand.
Representative Rollins? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
One simple question: would this conflict have started had Hamas not attacked and killed 1,200 innocent Jews?
This conflict has been on the world's agenda forever. This war did not start in October of 2023. And one of the questions, I don't know if it was you or the gentleman next to you that had asked, or maybe someone else, about genocidal intentions of Hamas going into Israel. We don't, even if it were true, let's just pretend we knew exactly what Hamas was thinking going into Israel. We don't respond with genocidal intention with genocide. That's not what we do. When there's a school shooter, we don't carpet bomb the school with a school shooter inside. We don't explain that to the parents either. You know that, I'm sorry, your grandmother was being held by Hamas. We had to shoot through your grandmother to get to Hamas. We don't do that. We've never done that in history anywhere. But for some reason, we accept it in Gaza.
Thank you for that. At this time, I'm going to go to the next card. Thank you for that eloquent testimony.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ariel Moore. Is Ariel here? Ariel, welcome. You've asked for up to 3 minutes. We're glad you're here, and we're looking forward to hearing your testimony.
Thank you. So, good morning. My name is Ariel Moore. I am a Jewish woman living in Manchester and a proud member of both the Democratic Socialists of America and Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm speaking in support of this resolution today. For the past several decades, the United States has been far too complicit in the war crimes Israel has committed, and New Hampshire has been no exception. When hundreds of thousands have been killed in this genocide and Israel has violated its ceasefire agreement multiple times, one thing is clear: we are all responsible. Zionism has shamelessly led my people astray in the name of fighting anti-Semitism. In reality, all that has come of it was death, land theft, displacement, and actual anti-Semitism flying under our noses. In fact, Israel is largely responsible for these anti-Semitic attacks on Jews around the world. Silencing criticism of Israel will not make New Hampshire safe for its already small Jewish community. Swastikas, synagogue vandalism, and deadly physical assaults on the Jewish community are not results of anti-Zionist activism, but from a misunderstanding and ignorant view of the Jewish faith and culture. Anti-Semitism is in fact a serious prejudice with deadly consequences, but it cannot be fought by blaming the Palestinian movement or its people for wanting to live free from occupation and a modern-day Holocaust. It's time for all of us to accept accountability. When we say never again, it's never again for anyone, no exceptions. I have lost family to the Holocaust. I know how genocide can destroy an entire culture. It's my duty as a Jew to play my part to stop all genocides, to build Tikkun Olam, or repairing the world. Let's instead use our state's funds to build a beautiful New Hampshire with funding for education, healthcare, affordable housing, jobs, transportation, the environment, and protections for our most vulnerable groups. Vote yes on this resolution. And lastly, Ashvua of Lebanon Toit, Frei Palestina. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and testimony. Questions? Seeing no hands, thank you again. I want to move to the next card. Kevin Boardman is here. Kevin, if you could take 2 or 3 minutes to please tell us your thoughts on this measure.
Of course. Hi, everyone. My name is Kevin Boardman. I am from Nashua, New Hampshire, and I am also a proud member of the Democratic Socialist of America. I am here today to show my support for H.R. 37. I want each one of you to look me in the eye right now. You know, I will be reading my phone, but look me in the eye if you can. I want each one of you, if you have them, to think of your children. If you don't have your own children, think of maybe your nieces or your nephews or any child, really. I want each of you now to think of your child being starved to death. I want each of you to think of your child bleeding out slowly to death while a bomb drops on your house. I want each of you to think of your child getting 335 bullets shot into their lifeless body, as the IDF did when they brutally murdered Hind Rajab, who was only 5 years old. Instead of education, healthcare, childcare, infrastructure, or housing, our tax dollars continue to fund an endless genocide in Palestine, which is now home to the most child amputees in the entire world. If that is not enough, this endless genocide carried out by Israel has officially ended the lives of over 70,000 Palestinians. And that is an underestimation at best, as referred to earlier. And make no mistake, the violence, displacement, and genocide of the people of Palestine has been an ongoing imperialist project from the country of Israel, the United Kingdom, and yes, the United States of America, not since October 7th, 2023, but November 2nd, 1917, when the Balfour Declaration was published. Again, this is not a political issue, though I do suspect some of you, not all of you, but some would line your pockets with genocide money from AIPAC if given the chance and make this a political issue. This is a moral issue, an issue of humanity, and an issue of standing on the right side of history. I know this resolution is more symbolic than anything. I know it does not materially end arms shipments to Israel. I know it does not stop Elbit Systems or BAE, two companies which unfortunately have a major presence here in New Hampshire, from continuing to help facilitate the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. However, I do strongly believe this resolution is a step in the right direction. What I also know is that if you vote against H.R. 37, the metaphorical bloodstains of supporting a genocide will be on your hands the rest of your life. That is what I want you to think of when you are voting for this resolution. Please vote to support H.R. 37. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Questions? Seeing no hands, I want to now move to Patience. Patience has asked for 5 minutes. Patience Corbett, I'm going to ask you to please try to constrict that to be fair to everyone else and to be consistent to 2 or 3 minutes. And please tell us what you can tell us about your position on this.
Sure. Hello, I am Patience Corbett. I am a resident of Manchester, and I'm also a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America. We crewed up today. I'm so sorry. Myself and other members of DSA are here today because our organization is standing on the right side of history and officially adopted anti-Zionism as a national policy at our last annual convention. We passed this national policy for the same reasons New Hampshire residents authored and co-sponsored H.R. 37. We do not support our tax dollars funding a genocide, and we are morally compelled to say never again includes Palestinians. Given the ongoing genocide, the least you can do is support H.R. 37. This bill does not enact an arms embargo against the apartheid state of Israel. It does not stop using my tax dollars to slaughter innocent children. It does not stop AIPAC's blood money from manipulating our so-called democracy. But it's a small step in the right direction. In fact, moral posturing related to this situation is well overdue. This genocide did not start on October 7th. As someone said before, it began in 1948 with the Nakba. This was the beginning of the genocide against Palestinians. Due to this immense amount of violence, Palestine has become home to the largest amount of child amputees that was previously said. Keep that in mind when you vote on this. I've seen videos of small children missing 3 limbs, all their limbs. It's disgusting. Since this genocide is being live streamed on all our phones and the violence has been well documented by filmmakers, I have seen with my own eyes Israeli forces end the lives of nonviolent protesters. And one of the most gruesome videos I've witnessed is from an Israeli prison. I cannot watch the full video, but it depicted Israeli prison guards gang raping a Palestinian man while he was being held under snarling dogs. Is that what you support? Do you think that's good? And we should be funding that kind of thing? This is what we're supporting by swearing allegiance to an unaccountable monster like Israel. There is no justice, there is no democracy, and no humanity to be found in that so-called country. I've seen the IDF disrupt religious services and mosques by throwing gas canisters on innocent crowds of people attempting to pray. I've seen Israelis spit on Christian priests walking through the streets, which is apparently a very fun tradition for them. And we have also found out that Israel has bombed one of the oldest Christian churches in Palestine. 18 Palestinian civilians were killed in that bombing, 20 were injured, and almost 500 residents of Gaza, mainly Christians, were sheltering in that church when the strike occurred. So to all the supposed Christians here who might support this genocide, I'm not sure how you can sleep at night. This situation is not complicated. If Gaza and the West Bank was populated with Jewish folks being segregated and oppressed, we would not be having conversations about nuance and badgering activists about Hamas. And it should be remembered that under UN Charter, a people who are living under occupation have every right to armed self-defense, which is also an American value, I should remind you. Being opposed to HR 37 is related to Islamophobia and not viewing Arab people in Palestine as human. Find your humanity, support HR 37, and continue to work against this great evil. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Questions? Representative Mandelbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you believe that leading organizations like the Anti-Defamation League, the World Jewish Congress, and the American Jewish Committee consider anti-Zionism a form of anti-Semitism?
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and they're wrong.
Thank you for that would you believe question. And I do want to point out that our job here in hearings is to listen to you. And we have heard a lot, and we're, again, grateful that you would take the time to offer your testimony. So I know occasionally people watch this. And by the way, this is being videotaped, and you can refer back to it. Other people are watching and will watch. So just to be clear, our job here is to listen. And eventually, when we take this up in an executive session, that'll be the appropriate time for us to have some back and forth in the committee on some of the different points that we're hearing. So again, I want to thank you for your time and testimony. It matters. I have two more cards. Rolf Van Biber. Rolf has asked for 2 minutes. Rolf is here from Amherst, New Hampshire. Welcome, Rolf.
Hello, my name is Rolf Van Bibber. I am from Amherst, and I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm here today to speak because I have a bit of a moral compass. I would hope that some of you have one as well. You're here to serve the public. I hope that you would have interests in, I don't know, life and our money being spent appropriately. This bill is about having some accountability or some oversight on how our guns are used and who they are given to. I'm sure if you think of your guns at home, some of you legislators, you have specific spots for your guns. Many of you have locks on them. You don't want somebody to harm somebody with your weapons. Why are we allowing Israel to go unchecked in using our weapons to kill children, maim the innocent? They're killing paramedics. That young girl who was mentioned earlier, who was shot over 350 times, that happened 2 years ago yesterday. And they found the bodies of the paramedics who went to help her few, I want to say 100 feet away. This isn't something that's about anti-Semitism. This is something that's about life. We are spending our money for this. This is something that our flag is flying for, to be a ally with Israel, the most moral country in the world, right? So I would encourage you to vote for this resolution. Obviously, it's a resolution. It doesn't do very much, but you guys have some power to speak up about this, and I would encourage you to use that, because there are people, you can gasp and laugh and roll your eyes, but our Congress is paid for by AIPAC. They are the ones who can buy these votes, and it's the reason that this is still happening today. It's the reason that organizations who claim to stand up for Jewish voices, they defend the killing of innocent Jews, even in Palestine, who are living there. They are indiscriminate, killing people here.
Thank you for that. And I want to point out again that we are here to listen to you and that we care about your testimony. And I think that this whole exercise is a celebration of the First Amendment. And I think it goes without saying there are many places in the world where people don't get to say what you get to say and what we get to listen to, what we get to say. I think it's a celebration of the First Amendment, what we do here. Any questions? Representative Rollins, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. One simple question. Why did Hamas invade Israel, kill over 1,200 people, and take several hundred hostages? Thank you.
You're asking me the intentions of Hamas. I am here as a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm not a member of Hamas, but I can say
my question
that
is-
they breached a fence that Israel put up to contain them so that they can segregate the roads, so that they can bomb innocent people. They breached a border that Israel put up to commit a genocide. They're fencing them in and shooting them.
Thank you for that. That question actually has come up at least twice today, and that is the type of question, as I mentioned earlier, that we will have some back and forth on in executive session when that happens. Anything else for the speaker? Representative Jones, go ahead.
No, this isn't for the speaker, but I just wanted to ask, I know you have one more speaker after this. Before you gavel is closed, can I ask a procedural question later?
Yes, remind me that you put that placeholder in for that question. Okay, thank you so much. We have one more card. The card is from an individual who has spoken to us before. Welcome back, Dr. Manzer, who's asked for 3 minutes.
Chairman, may I ask one quick question?
Madam, no, you may not. You have not been recognized, and you may not ask a question. I am calling on the next pink card, which is Dr. Manzer.
We're
Do you wish
getting
to
a lot
speak?
of disrespectful eye rolls and sighs, and if we're here to listen, I would just respectfully ask that the legislators here would listen with respect.
Okay, I thank you for that. I am focused on the testimony. I'm not seeing any eye rolls. Dr. Manzer, welcome back. You've asked for 3 minutes, and
Thank you, sir.
please have at it.
Thank you, Representative Moffat. Thank you, all representatives. I don't want to reiterate what was already said, but I'm just going to talk about 3 aspects of this issue. One is, of course, we know it's morally reprehensible to kill anyone. Every human life is important, so we don't necessarily have to go over that again. We know those numbers are atrocious. But from a legal perspective, it is also atrocious. Our federal laws are very clear. Any foreign entity that is committing humanitarian violations does not receive American-made weapons. This is absolutely in the books. The Leahy Law specifies this. By providing weapons to a country that is violating human rights, we are actually breaking federal laws. You and I cannot even run a red light, but our members of Congress are breaking federal laws by providing weapons of mass destruction to Israel. The third thing I do want to say, again, going back to fiscal issues, we have 42 million Americans in this right now that don't have enough to eat. Earlier, we talked about health insurance. Millions of people are underinsured. So many problems in our country, and at the same time, we're giving billions of dollars for weapons to many countries, not just Israel. We are also giving it to other conflicts. We actually have to, from a fiscal perspective, we have to realize that the Department of Defense budget, which is at the moment $1 trillion, is literally bleeding us to death. $1 trillion. So anyways, with that, I will take questions. And if you allow me, Representative Moffat, I will respectfully try to answer some of the other questions that were asked earlier.
Some of the questions that were asked earlier were asked several times, and they have been addressed. Is this something, which specific question are you referring to? I don't want to miss out on that. Okay, Representative Gagny waives the question that he was going to mention earlier. Anything else? Anything new? Representative Bartotaki, go ahead.
Quick question. Would you elaborate more about $3.4 billion that we need to pay to Israel?
There are so many billions of dollars. In 2025, in 2024 and 2025, we paid over $30 billion to Israel. Which $3.4 billion are you talking about? The recent one? The recent...
There is an agreement between the U.S. and Israel that we need to pay $3.4
annual
billion
basis.
till 2028.
On an annual basis, correct. So this is an agreement, and this is actually, regardless of whether there's a conflict or not, this is something that's coming out of our money. This is your money. This is our money. You should be careful wondering where it's used. It doesn't matter whether it's being wasted by Wall Street or wasted in weapons in other conflicts across the world. We should absolutely be concerned. And interestingly, that money, Israel has to use that money to purchase weapons from the United States. So in a sense, it's again part of the defense contractors. At the moment, our defense contractors, there are only a handful because everything is getting merged. We only have a handful of large defense contractors, so that's Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon RTX, Boeing. They are profiting at enormous amounts of money from the taxpayer dollars. This is our money. You should be concerned, everyone, regardless of whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent. This is one thing. The other is, in the halls of Congress, this is actually a bipartisan failure. I looked up members of Congress that own stocks in the defense contractors. Of the top 20 investors, 9 were Democrats, 11 were Republicans. When our members of Congress are providing money, whether it's to Israel or to Saudi Arabia or to United Arab Emirates, pick a country that gets our weapons, the stock prices go up in these defense contractors. Our Congress members benefit from that. They know when to sell stocks. They know when to buy stocks in industries that they are regulating. This, in any other industry, would be considered insider trading. But in the halls of Congress, this is legal. You should be concerned, regardless of your political ideology or who you vote for, that this is an ethics violation in the halls of Congress.
Thank you for that. Other questions? Seeing none, that being the last pink card, we've allowed everyone who came here to testify to have some time. I feel good about that. Thank you all for your time and your testimony. With that,
Jones has a question.
I'm going to come to Representative Jones.
sorry.
I had made a mental note about that. Before I go to Representative Jones, I did close that hearing, so the hearing now is officially closed. Representative Jones, yes, you had a procedural comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize. I should have asked the primary sponsor this question, and it didn't catch it back then. But I'm asking, where do they want this resolution to go to? Should it go through the House? I'm looking at line 29, and it says New Hampshire. The closest it says to what we're doing is New Hampshire House of Representatives calls on our president and our federal representative delegation to demand more responsible oversight. And I really don't know what that means. Does that mean this resolution is going to them? Or
Representative Jones, having closed the hearing, here's what I'll tell you, is that we now own the resolution, and if the prime sponsor wants to get with a member of the committee, and we've done this with other resolutions, in fact, if the prime sponsor wants to get with a committee member and target the resolution in a fashion that satisfies the sponsors, that's the way that we can and will do that.
that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Ranking Member, is the prime sponsor for the next measure available? Next up is okay. All right. So next up on our docket, on our schedule, was and is HR 32. So procedurally, I will open the hearing on HR 32. Yes. So I'm opening it so that I can recess it, Madam.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So we will recess HR 32 until 1 o'clock, and that brings us to HR 39. The prime sponsor is here, and we're going to open HR 39, which is a continued public hearing. We had actually opened and introduced this measure previously, and the prime sponsor needed some time to come back, so to speak, and here he is. So I'm thinking I'm not seeing as many pink cards for this measure as I did before. So I think that we will dive into this, because actually we opened this at a previous hearing and we're all very interested in this topic. It has to do with recognizing and celebrating the enduring friendship between the state of New Hampshire and Canada. The prime sponsor is with us today. He has submitted his card. Representative Gilmore from Dover, welcome. I know that you were in this body, I found out decades ago, and so welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies to the committee. I really should have known better to look at the schedule better, and I do thank you for allowing me to testify today. And yes, I was in the House. I took a 22-year break, and here we are. Basically, I have to start with family ties. My grandfather was born in Canada. My Uncle George was Canadian, served under American command. Most Canadians served under British command, but he served under American. And so I have some ties with Canada, and I've been going there since, I assume, since I could walk. I've also been blessed to be able to go to all the provinces, at least 2 times. Spent my honeymoon on Prince Edward Island biking around biked around Cape Breton. I mean, it's just amazing people, and the people up there have been just super nice, super friendly. We have a bit of a problem now. I guess it sort of started with President Trump wanting Canada to be the 51st state, and then comparing their prime minister as a governor, and then tariff policies. As a result, Canada has been turning towards India, China, the European Union, and cutting ties with us. And obviously, it's the problem. The Nobel Prize-winning economist Paul Krugman did an analysis of Maine's, the effect it's been on Maine, and his analysis indicates that millions of dollars of income have been lost, and thousands of jobs have been lost. My own little venture is, my family shares a camp with 5 other families up on Lake Francis. We've been there since 1954. And I walked down to Lake Francis State Park, and I talked to a ranger who's been working there for 6 years. And she said that most of the folks who come for a week had come, the Canadians, and they get to know their regulars. But the folks that come up for 2 or 3 days of fishing seem to have decided to fish elsewhere. So there's been a little lapse. I looked at this legislation as analogous to what we did 50 years ago under the leadership of Governor Thompson. And we put the signs up at the state border, Bienvenue to New Hampshire. Again, there's nothing, it's a resolution, there's nothing material that we can point at, nor could we do that with the signs that they put up. But I do think it made Franco-Canadians feel more welcome, and I certainly don't think it hurt the state in any fashion. And similarly, I think this could, in some way, possibly move us forward a little bit, where we seem to have stalled. And basically, a little final thought. When I finished the long trail, I do a lot of hiking. And after, 3 weeks or so, I'm up and hitting Canadian border. Starts at the Mass-Vermont border and ends in the Canada and Vermont border. And you come to you're in the woods, and you come to this little clearing about 20, 30 feet, and stretches both sides, and just woods in the background on all directions. And you come to the realization, we have thousands of miles of a border, no military, no fences, at least in our section. And it just speaks to the friendship we've held with Canada for all these years. And hopefully we can rekindle that to some extent. And I do thank you for your time and your interest.
Take any questions?
Of course I will.
Would
I'm
you
a
believe?
representative.
Would you believe that my grandmother was the middle child of 15 from Saint Lebourg, Quebec?
I would definitely believe that.
Representative Gagné, do you have a question? I know you were born in Canada, were you not?
Just have a comment.
Can you put it in the form of a question?
Would you believe that, in my estimation, PEI is not the real Canada? Province de Quebec is the real Canada.
Representative, I do believe, and but I had my eye cataract surgery, my eye surgery done in Montreal. I've spent several times up there bicycling around Montreal. You know, you come to an intersection and you stop because you don't want to be run over. You don't have to worry. The cars all stop. You go by apartment buildings and there's hundreds of bikes out in front of them. I mean, Canada celebrates the summer, maybe because they don't get enough. Yeah, exactly.
We can take up whether PEI is part of Canada or the real Canada in executive session. Are there other Representative Belcher? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here to take my question. I just want to clarify because you were mentioning your impetus and why you put this forward is the current sort of rift that has developed. So just to clarify, you're saying that the reason this was put forward is to effectively counter signal the policies of the Trump administration.
I wish, Representative Belcher, I wish that would be the case, but of course I don't believe it. But I do want to reach out, and I sort of vacillated as to who to send it to, and certainly if the committee might figure out better people, but certainly, you know, Prime Minister and the Premier of Quebec were the ones that came first to mind. But I don't really think the situation sort of galvanized me to think about, well, what could we do as a start? But I have no high hopes. I just have hopes.
Any other questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question.
You're welcome.
In terms of trade in New Hampshire and our economy, where do you think Canada ranks overall here for New Hampshire?
I have no idea. I mean, the most notable effect is, of course, with tourism and people saying that, oh, you know, I have vacancies now where I didn't used to have vacancies. And I know Canada provided some of the help for some of the tourist locations in the northern part of the state. I don't know what happened last summer, but yeah, there's a bit for us.
I will point out that we recessed HR 32. We're going to come back to that at 1 o'clock. That has to do with tariffs, and Canada may come up during that testimony. But that'll be at 1 o'clock if you're still here and interested in that. Anything else? Seeing Representative Jones, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here.
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to ask, do you, in reading your proposal, do you think you duplicate the actions of the New Hampshire Canadian Trade Council, which is also known as the Governor's Advisory Committee? They sound very similar.
I didn't know what they. I don't know what they have done. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Gagné, you may be able to speak to that.
Yeah, I was on the New Hampshire Canada Trade Council for a couple of terms, and that's a good question, and that's correct. They do foster good relationships between Canada and New Hampshire.
More the better.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing no hands at this time, I will close the hearing on HR 39. Thank you, Representative Gilmore.
Thank you.
That was
Thank you
an
very much.
easier hearing than the previous one, if I can say that. Okay, we're going to come back to HR 32, which we recessed. We'll come back to that at 1 o'clock sharp, 1300 sharp. So that gives you some time for lunch, and we'll see you then.
I have to leave at.
I get your message.
Okay, I just want, do you want me just to get up and go when I need to go? Or do you want me to announce it? Let everybody know? They'll be disappointed. Say hail to the chief.
You can't put everybody through it, If you want, I can make an announcement that we, I don't know, Jennifer.
I mean, I don't mind leaving.
We were listening to the secession bill last week, and Jennifer left, and then Bethany left and said, Commissioner Nailblom is not seceding.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, 2-minute warning, 2 minutes. Okay, it being 1 o'clock, 1300, as is our custom, we will try to stay right on schedule. And at this time, we'll call to order the hearing on H.R. 32, which urges the United States Congress to rescind President Donald Trump's tariffs. The prime sponsor is here. Madam Minority Leader, Representative Simpson, welcome, welcome. And please talk to us about this House resolution.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all committee members for having me. And thanks for your courtesy on the timing as well. You all had a lot of great work to do today already. For the record, I am Representative Alexis Simpson, and I represent Rockingham District 33, which is Exeter, Newfields, Newmarket, and Stratham. As the chairman said, H.R. 32 urges Congress to rescind the tariffs imposed by President Donald Trump and to oppose the use of emergency powers to impose similar tariffs in the future. This resolution is about affordability for New Hampshire families, economic stability for our businesses, and the appropriate limits on federal emergency authority. People are struggling with the cost of groceries and essential household items, and businesses are struggling with economic uncertainty because they rely on the ability of consumers to purchase enough to keep them in business. Recently enacted tariffs have created unnecessary uncertainty in the economy. On April 2nd, 2025, President Trump declared a national emergency under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That declaration allowed the administration to impose a 10% base tariff on nearly all imported goods, with higher tariffs on certain trading partners. While framed as an emergency measure, these tariffs operate in practice as a broad tax on Americans. Economists are clear and consistent on this point. Tariffs are paid by consumers and businesses, not by foreign governments. Those costs are passed on through higher prices, and those on a fixed income and hardworking families are being hit the hardest. We're already seeing increased costs for essentials like food, clothing, electronics, fuel, and vehicles. New Hampshire is particularly vulnerable to these impacts because Canada is our largest trading partner. We export approximately $1.4 billion in goods to Canada each year and import about $2 billion in return. Those imports include fuel oil, seafood, and wood products, items that directly affect the cost of heating our homes, feeding our families, and building housing. Canadian officials have been clear that tariffs on these goods will result in higher prices here at home. And we have more and more evidence that Canada is looking to other trade partners across the globe. New Hampshire's losing business. International trade supports 182,000 jobs here in New Hampshire. When tariffs disrupt supply chains and increase operating costs, they place those jobs at risk and reduce economic opportunity across the state, particularly for small and medium-sized businesses. HR 32 does not attempt to dictate federal trade policy. Instead, it urges Congress to reassert its constitutional role, to terminate the emergency declaration that enabled these tariffs, and oppose future uses of emergency powers that bypass congressional oversight and raise costs for American families. So this resolution is about standing up for Granite Staters who are paying more for everyday necessities through no fault of their own. It's a call for accountability, transparency, and economic common sense. So I respectfully ask the committee to give HR 32 a favorable consideration. But before I end, I'd like to share a note from a small business owner in my community who was unable to be here this morning. It's just a paragraph. That's all right. Currently, tariffs were halted for cacao, coffee, and a few other agricultural goods that cannot be grown in the U.S. The damage is already done, though. We are now working with cacao imported in 2025 that did have tariffs applied. More importantly, tariffs and their lasting effects introduced deep uncertainty about the viability of some of our product lines, and therefore about our business. The tariffs are not the tipping point that will break our business, which I was glad to hear. The tariffs are not the tipping point that would break our business, but they do add to a deeper sense of uncertainty, and therefore insecurity about our local economy. And what's more impactful, consumers are also behaving differently now because of the insecurity and the uncertainty. It's clear that the recently enacted tariffs have been harmful to the economy, to small businesses, and to everyday Granite Staters. Some of them have been altered or repealed, but this resolution isn't just about the past, it's also about the future. So sowing economic uncertainty and insecurity are not what we want to do in the future as well. So I hope this HR would make it clear that we don't want that in the future, as well as do a look back to the past. So thank you. I can take questions if you would like.
Thank you for the offer. Questions? Representative Foss, go ahead.
Thank you. So Representative, you mentioned that tariffs function as taxes on imports. So would you agree that tariffs are essentially a sales tax on the things sold here in New Hampshire?
I hadn't thought of it as specifically a sales tax, but it is on household goods that people are purchasing, and we know that low-income folks and folks on fixed income are hit hardest by that because they use more of their income on buying household goods. So that is one way you could look at it as a sales tax.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You provided testimony that tariffs are bad on a principled stand of economics and the taxation and the impact it has on New Hampshire consumers. But I'm also wondering why, near the end part of the resolution, it says, oppose all future declarations of states of emergency through the IEEPA that would permit future tariff increases by President Trump. And I'm wondering why, if it's on principle, why just President Trump and not anyone going forward?
Right. So I actually don't, and it was interesting to try to figure out how to do this in a way that supports Granite Staters, but isn't against all tariffs, because I do believe that tariffs are a lever that we have as the United States government, or not we at the state level, but that the United States government has to use when necessary. But I think we found that the blanket tariff with no particular goal, economic goal, just sowed uncertainty and raised costs across the board without any positive effect on consumers. And in the past, we've seen that tariffs don't always have to act that way. Like sometimes they do have positive effects that can be leveraged for.
Follow up.
Thank you. Just to clarify, because I want to make sure I have it understood correctly. You're saying that tariffs are a tool of national policy that you want to remove from President Trump, but not future presidents. So
I will look at it again. I don't think stated my idea, and I hope that's what the legislation does. Let me be clear. But the way I read the legislation, the way I intended it, was not to remove the tool entirely, but to remove it under an emergency powers situation that gives it no guardrails or no necessary reason to do it in specific situations.
Representative Budataki.
There is one resolution in the U.S. Congress, a joint resolution terminating the national emergency declared to impose global tariffs, and there is also a Supreme Court case about this,
Yes.
about tariff. How do you par with this resolution?
How
Would
do
it help,
I?
Would it
okay.
help, or would it do something that would not help you achieve to?
I think I understand the question. So, or let me, you tell me if I'm answering your question. My thinking is that this resolution gives us an opportunity as New Hampshire to represent what we think is in the best interest of Granite Staters, and that this will be shared with Congress and hopefully taken under consideration by our congressional representatives, and that will inform how they act on anything that comes through the Congress in terms of congressional resolutions or bills.
Other questions? Representative, I have a quick one here, and you've put this on our radar screen, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act,
Yeah.
the IEEPA. And in all honesty, I am not totally read in on all the details of the IEEPA. I think it's fundamental to this resolution as we take it up and eventually come to an executive session. Do you, or actually anyone, do you know when the IEEPA went into effect? The International Emergency Economic Powers Act.
I think April 2nd.
Well, I know that's when the emergency was declared pursuant.
Oh, do you mean what year was the IEPA
Yes,
passed
yes,
originally?
Right.
I'm afraid I don't actually.
Okay.
I did read that and I should have taken notes and I don't recall.
1977. Sorry.
Thank you.
Jimmy Carter.
Appreciate you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Ranking Member, because that is a good answer, because I did not know, and I think it's relevant. I mean, was the IEEPA something that came about fairly recently, but apparently it was a
No.
product of the 1970s. So this is not a new act, but the actual national emergency was declared April 2nd of last year.
Right. Thank you.
Pursuant to that act.
For
Okay.
clarifying that. Right.
Okay. Anything else on this measure? Seeing no hands and seeing no other pink cards, I will call a close to that hearing. Thank you, Representative Simpson. As we know, a tariff is a tax. It's a tax on imports, and I resisted. This is something we can talk about executive session. The fact that this is a tax. Okay. Next up is HR 20, and we're only 12 minutes behind schedule. We got way behind this morning, Representative McFarlane. We had a surplus of people who were passionate to testify in a certain measure, and we heard them all out. And we had to push you back 12 minutes. So thank you for your forbearance. And so HR 20, House Resolution 20, reaffirms the right for persons of all persuasions to keep and bear arms and urging Congress and the President to cease infringement upon Second Amendment rights and to restore them where infringed. So welcome, Prime Sponsor Representative McFarlane, and tell us about HR 20, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for
bearing with me on the timing. My name is Representative McFarlane. I appear before you in support of this measure. The testimony I'm going to give represents my views and the views, most importantly, of my constituents in the towns of Alexandria, Bridgewater, Bristol, Canaan, Dorchester, Enfield, Grafton, Groton, Hebron, and Orange. And it is not made on behalf of any private employer, nor should it be construed to represent the views of any of my employers. So what I wanted to say about this measure, Mr. Chairman, each of us in the room has sworn an oath, not to a party and not to a political preference, but to the constitutions of New Hampshire and of the United States. And Part 1, Article 2A of our Constitution is unambiguous. All persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, and their property. Not some persons, not approved persons, but all persons. And this resolution is rooted in that very simple principle. It's not about culture wars. It's not about endorsing or opposing any lifestyle, identity, or belief. It is about something far more basic, whether our constitutional rights are inherent and equal or conditional and selective. Recent reports this past fall, and I didn't bring 20 copies, but I brought a copy of a couple of the newspaper articles, and I will pass that up afterwards, suggested that the United States Department of Justice was discussing rules that would deny firearm ownership to entire categories of Americans, defined not by criminal conduct, but by their identity. And that should concern every one of us, regardless of where we stand politically. Because once government claims the power to carve out one group for disarmament, the principle is gone. And when that principle is gone, none of your rights is secure. History teaches us clearly that rights are rarely taken from everyone at once. They're taken from the unpopular first, from the vulnerable first, from the exception that becomes the precedent. And this resolution says, not in New Hampshire. It affirms that this protected right is a natural right. It does not depend upon federal permission. It does not turn on who you are, how you worship, or how you identify. And it's not a privilege to be suspended in the name of administrative convenience or political fashion. Members of this committee may disagree strongly on firearms policy, and that is fair and expected. But I ask you all to consider this narrowly and carefully. If the federal government can selectively deny a natural right to one peaceful class of our citizens today, what would prevent it from doing so tomorrow to another of those rights? This resolution draws that clear line. It reaffirms equal protection. It reaffirms our oaths. And it reminds Congress and the executive that infringement, and especially selective infringement, is not neutrality, it is discrimination. So for these reasons, I respectfully ask you to find this resolution ought to pass. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to yield to any questions that you and your members may have.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mandelbaum, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McFarlane, I just wanted to confirm that the U.S. Department of Justice discussions that you're referring to would restrict certain Americans who, based on their sexual orientation or expressed gender, from owning firearms. Like, that's the category of people we're talking about who might lose access.
Yes, so the particular news reports that I said I would share with you, and I don't think that these are the only comments that have been made in recent months around whether it's appropriate for people to possess weapons or not, but the ones I'm talking about, the AP headline here was Justice Department talks about banning transgender gun owners, sparks fury across political spectrum. Fox News said Reuters said Trump administration considering banning trans people from buying guns. U.S. media reports, and I'll share that with you at the end.
Thank you.
Representative Foss.
Thank you. So surprisingly, I actually considered bringing a resolution very similar to this regarding affirming Second Amendment rights for in response to these articles about banning trans people from owning guns, where I don't necessarily see how the second part of this follows that. Specifically, the restore them where infringed part of the title. And then also on page 2, lines 1 and 2, to work affirmatively to restore rights that have already been infringed. So are you aware of any seizure of firearms from trans people or people who are, on the basis of their sexual orientation, as you mentioned on the first page?
So I think there's a number of questions embodied in what you just asked, and I'll try and attend to them. I think, first of all, the resolution was responsive to those reported discussions, not to a finalized rule. So in respect of, do I know of any circumstance where this has been banned for that entire category? No, I do not yet. And I hope that we do not find ourselves to be in that case. I don't want us to wait until such rights are already taken for us to speak out. I think we should be acting to prevent unconstitutional action and not to ratify it after the fact. Now, as to some of your other comments, you indicated that you're not aware of our right to keep and bear arms having already been infringed. And I would say to you that one example of that is already in the resolution in respect of the topic of the Short Act, which is why I put that in there as well.
Follow up, Representative Foss.
I want to clarify, that's not actually what I said about not being aware of any rights that have already been infringed. I was asking what you mean in line 2 about restore rights that have already been infringed. So what infringement is that?
So I wasn't specific precisely because I was intending to be expansive. I was intending to encompass a broad set of infringements upon the Second Amendment, and we've seen repeatedly in decisions from our Supreme Court that they also have found there to have been infringements.
Sorry, Representative Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, can you describe a little bit more about the Short Act and what it is in reference to this legislation?
Sure, I'll be happy to. The Short Act would have removed SBRs and SBSs from the National Firearms Act. It would have ended the federal registration, tax stamp, and waiting period for those firearms and treated them the same as ordinary rifles and shotguns. And it would not have in any way changed who may own firearms and wouldn't have affected any of the prohibitions on violent or prohibited persons. So I think that's one example of action that we should rightfully have expected our Congress to move forward. And I think it was shocking that they did not, and it was in a similar time period to the articles that I was referencing.
Questions? Representative Belcher.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this. I am in generally pretty broad agreement, but there's one item that is a little bit I'm kind of wondering about. Generally, even amongst the most pro-2A types and in the history of SCOTUS decisions and English common law going all the way back, there would at least not be considered to be a right to be armed while otherwise in the process of committing a crime. Would that fall under this?
Well, it's a great question. It seems very appropriate and topical this week. I think it's a very clear situation. Everyone ought to know, and I think that the vast majority of people do know, that if you are a felon, if you are committing a felony, and you are carrying a firearm in support of that, or even if you're just in possession of it during the conduct of that, the outcomes are likely to be very negative for you, whether it's the tactical outcomes in the field or whether it's the outcomes in a court of law. And so certainly I am not a fan of people going out and committing felonies, and I'm not a fan of them doing so with firearms.
Questions? Go ahead, Representative Seibert.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this leak's specific enough, but I just had a question in regards to, there have been recent discussions regarding like mental illness and voluntary, turning over of firearms, that type of thing. And so despite like where you stand on all that, like because you said I guess, what do you mean by intending this to be expansive? Like meaning which?
Sure. Well, I understand that your question is
Yeah.
around mental illness, and that the topic we touched on already was transgender people. I've heard people describe transgender communities in that way, but let's talk about it, as you say, more expansively. Many of us have served or have represented those who have, and veterans know this truth. Rights are not granted based upon conformity, right? They're earned by citizenship. They're earned and protected by oath, and in this case, I would argue that they're earned from God. We didn't fight for a system where the government decides who is worthy of those rights based on their identity. And if we have a circumstance where service members are being accused of being mentally ill because they are suffering from shell shock, as it used to be called, I find that just as objectionable as I would if we are taking rights away from other groups.
Follow up.
So I would just say, like, one of the main concerns regarding this, that at least, like, I know folks in my caucus have already discussed, is regards to, like, people that have, what do you call it, like, abusive relationships. I'm trying to find the grasp for the wording. But where you have, someone that's been convicted of that, and then you have, and obviously they've got restraining orders against them, and in those situations for not being able to possess a firearm, like, do you believe there's a case-by-case basis for some of that? Like you were saying, like a soldier maybe that has PTSD, but maybe is having that go on with him in a domestic relationship. Do you think that should count to, or how would that affect
I
that?
think I understand the question.
Yeah, sorry.
What I would say is that dangerous individuals, right, they're addressed through existing due process and through our criminal law. And this resolution is not about individuals, it's about categories. And it opposes the placement of guilt because of a category rather than because of lawful enforcement.
Anything else? Seeing no hands and seeing no more pink cards, I thank you, Representative McFarland, for your testimony, for entering this HR, and I will terminate the hearing at this time. It is 11:25. Our next hearing is scheduled for 1:30. Thank you. I want to take a minute while everybody's still here. I know a couple of you need to leave earlier than others. We'd like to, and I've talked with the ranking member a little bit already. We've communicated. If we can do some executive action today, we would like to, if we can. There are sometimes, as has been the case, the first two hearings, we get a good number of measures exec and voted on and submitted. A lot of the stuff that we heard today does not fall in that category, but there are some things that maybe we could. So when we finish this next final hearing, I'd like the folks in the red team to stick around in this room for a very quick caucus to see if there are some things that we can do. And Madam Ranking Member, same as in the past, you have a little room in the hallway. We're in an undisclosed in an undisclosed location where there's a little room. And then when we come back, I'll talk with the ranking member. We'll see if there's some business that we may or may not be able to do today. Next week, February 6th, is going to be a very big day for this committee. We'll finish our measures. There are some high-profile measures related to Article 5 conventions, and we'll try to take everything up in the afternoon. We'll finish our schedule in the morning, and we'll have 4 hours in the afternoon. We may not need 4 hours. And I think a lot of the things we can do fairly quickly. There will be some that will take more time. So I already know of the need for some subs, and we actually have some subs assigned already, at least on the red side. And on the blue side, I would encourage you to likewise line up subs once you know your attendance situation. So that'll be next Friday. It'll be a big day. And if things go as smoothly, knock on wood, Representative Mandelbaum knocking on wood here, we could finish everything next week. If we can't, we won't, and we'll do what we need to do to get everything done in the best way. But we may be able to finish everything next week. Now, one of the things I might want to try to do today is we have several amendments on resolutions, several that came in today. In fact, I even had to caution one of the speakers, testifiers, that she was speaking to some language, or it might have been Representative Mandelbaum was speaking to some language on an amendment. Yeah. And so we needed to be careful about that because we can't really speak to the language on an amendment until the amendment has been adopted by the committee. So we might be able this afternoon quickly to simply introduce those amendments in an exec session and then perhaps pass the amendments and then recess. And then next week, when we come back to these measures, we'll have already adopted the amending language. And then we can take up a OTP or an ITL. But as I've said before, I said this in the fall with when we had the retained bills. I think it was Representative Mannion's bill. My position is that whether you like the underlying bill or measure or not, if the amendment makes it a better bill, whether it goes forward or not, I always try to support. In fact, in your case, I supported your amendment to it was the Defend the Guard bill, and then I ultimately did not support the final measure. I think you're all tracking me. So if we can do that with 1, 2, or 3 of these amendments today fairly quickly, and if we can't, that's fine. We'll just recess and come back and do it next week. So those are some things that we'll try to do after we finish this final hearing. Any questions for me or any comments on executing today? All right, we'll see what we can do. We have welcome, Representative Manahar. You missed a very fun morning, but you can watch it on TV later. You'll and you should. I was thinking to watch it on the car. Yes. Well, and you probably should. I mean, in fact, anybody who can't make a hearing before you come to an exec session, it would be good to watch the hearing. That's sort of the beauties of our YouTube capability. So our final measure today is HR 21, and the prime sponsor is here, Representative Mannion from this committee. And HR 21 urges New Hampshire's congressional delegation to support the repeal of the 2001 and 2002 authorizations for use of military force, often called AUMF. Welcome back, Representative Mannion, and tell us about HR 21.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I have some good news. The 2002 and the 1991 AUMFs were actually repealed as part of the National Defense Authorization Act of last December. So great, half my resolution's already done. So I did submit an amendment that removes all the language about the 2002 one anyway. So I'm going to be speaking mostly to 2001. So 3 days after 9/11, the 2001 AUMF was passed. It gave broad authority to the president to destroy those that committed the acts. And in 2011, Osama bin Laden was executed in Pakistan, followed by his successor, Ayman al-Zawahiri, in Afghanistan. I want to note that when the 2001 AUMF was passed, there was only one vote against. It was Barbara Lee. She was a Democrat from California, but she did caution what we've come to know as a potential problem. She opposed the wording of the AUMF, not because of the action it represented, but because the vagueness of the document was similar to the Gulf of Tonkin resolution. So across the region, while we had been killing Osama bin Laden and his henchman Zawahiri across the region over in Syria, U.S. intelligence agencies were arming, training, and providing indirect support for al-Qaeda members in the Syrian conflict, which propaganda labeled them as moderate rebels, if you remember the news from the time. That conflict has culminated in Abu Muhammad al-Jilani, rebranded as Ahmed al-Sharaa, as taking over that country. I mention this conflict frequently in this and on the floor of the House, as many of you know, because it's been justified as under the two different AUMFs, 2002 and 2001 AUMFs. But how can that be? How can that be? The issue here is that the 2001 AUMF says, and I'm going to quote directly from it because it's very short, and that's the problem. It says, The president is authorized to use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, and aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September 11, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States by such nations, organizations, and persons. That seems to me that by us aiding Al-Qaeda in Syria, we are in direct violation of our own authorization for use of military force. A lot of people will claim that this AUMF gives blanket authority across the entire region, across the entire planet, to attack any known terrorist organization that we deem that we declare as a terrorist organization. But it says right in the text for those responsible for 2001 attacks on September 11th. So some claim that the War Powers Act itself, the governing thank you. 1973 War Powers Resolution allows the president to take unilateral action across the planet instead. So we don't need the AUMFs. But I'm going to read, quote, directly from the War Powers Resolution. It says, the constitutional powers of the president as commander-in-chief to introduce the United States armed forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances are exercised only pursuant to 1, a declaration of war, 2, specific statutory authorization, the AUMF, or 3, a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. So this to me reads that unless we are under attack, Congress declares war, or Congress gives authorization, the president cannot unilaterally act in a military way. So while I reject the Syrian conflict and the Libyan conflict and the pivoting from bombing Al-Qaeda to bombing the Houthis in Yemen at the request of Saudi Arabia, as all covered by the AUMF, I oppose all of those, and I don't believe they're covered by the AUMF. I have filed this resolution to remove any vague justifications that have been leveraged across the last 25 years in 4 different administrations. An individual was testifying earlier about what he called imperial boomerang. He was talking about the Gaza resolution, and the CIA has a different name for that. It is blowback. And Ron Paul, when he ran for president in 2008, was the only person on the stage in that debate when he was running against, I think it was like a dozen different people for president. He was the only one who mentioned blowback, and he says that our actions across the globe will have had dire consequences like those that led up to 9/11, but could potentially have more in the future. I believe that this 2001 AUMF being so broadly defined and acted upon and no one pushing back against it could potentially have similar consequences decades down the line. And I think it's better that we repeal it now before something like that ever happens again. And with that, I'm open to more questions.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Go ahead, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing this and taking my question. So obviously there's a lot of concern about the scope, about the history of boots on the ground, casualties we've taken. But also under this AUMF has been cited for authority in things like the strike on Soleimani, the Iranian general, recent strikes, I believe, in Nigeria against the slaughter of Christians. So tell me where you think the line is as far as where things ought to be, as far as sky war, boots on the ground. Where do you think that line ought to be drawn in this?
I believe if any of those things happen, including those 2 very specific situations that you mentioned, amongst others that have occurred, require the president to go to Congress for permission. I mean, I don't believe the AUMFs are sufficient enough, but our process right now requires them to do so. This unilateral, we're going to strike first and ask for permission later has never been okay by me, and it actually doesn't even match with the letter of the law from the War Powers Resolution.
Questions? Representative Seibert?
Well, I totally agree with this, and I was originally more for something like this versus defend the guard. There is I think a generic concern for just the maybe the whole go into Congress doesn't really fit in with just the modern warfare and modernized weapons and things of that nature, and just how quick war is compared to 250 years ago, and how quickly something can escalate. Would you ever support something that would be, I don't know, some kind of check other than having to rely on getting Congress all together and not put all kinds of other political shit in it?
Please,
sorry.
please watch your language, madam.
Political stuff. Sorry.
That's okay. I've been chastised in criminal justice for my language many times. Yeah, it is. So one of the things that I would say is number one, this resolution, as I outlined, there's a bunch of conflicts in here that aren't even covered by the resolution. So repealing it, I don't think is going to put the brakes on anything. I don't even think it's realistic to hope so, because a lot of people, like depending on who's in the White House, you'll have the propaganda machines on either side will say, well, they're justified to do it because the War Powers Resolution gives an open authority to defend the United States. Like, no, from a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, not a whatever. Like, oh, maybe it's a threat. I don't know. Maybe 10 years from now, they'll shoot a missile at us, so we should blow them up now. Like, no, if you're going to do that, you have to go through the process. I believe we should go through the process because that's what the founders intended. But back in the era of the founders, kings would just send their men to go die overseas, and the founders did not want that. Madison warned against it multiple times, like quoting wars, and we're already seeing that in at least our lifetimes.
Representative Manning, a couple of things. First of all, Gulf of Tonkin resolution, you mentioned that. People watching at home, and they're out there, as I keep saying, I know they are. If they don't know what that refers to, 1964, there was an alleged, come to find out, it was a pretty shaky alleged attack on some American naval vessels in the Gulf of Tonkin off of Vietnam. So Congress, with like one or two exceptions in the Senate anyway, all similar to what you described, with Barbara Lee being the one who didn't support the AUMF in 2001. So that was the basis for President Johnson's escalation. That gave him the congressional approval to escalate and go to war in Vietnam. And that's been a bone of contention ever since. And that brings us to what you're talking about here. To personalize this a little bit, I mean, you talked about 2001. In 1991, I was in a fighting hole in Saudi Arabia on the border of Kuwait, waiting to go to war. And we didn't have TV or anything. This is before the technology we have, but we were aware as we waited to go to war or not go to war, that the Senate, it had already gone through the House, and the Senate was debating whether to give President Bush 41 authority to go to war. So we're sitting there waiting, and so we're going to go to war or not, and so that was kind of personal for me. But afterwards, and I think I mentioned this in an earlier executive session, President Bush afterwards said he was going to go to war anyway. So he ended up getting the vote. Al Gore went his way towards the end. It was a close vote, and he got his authorization, and we went to war on the 16th of January, 1991. But I keep thinking back to what President Bush said. He was going to do it anyway. Mm-hmm. So there's that. And that's something we can take up because pieces of this that some of us need to keep processing. But there's another thing that I know Representative Gagnon and some of you remember, the Mayaguez incident in 1975. Somebody, if you don't know what that is or was, that was right at the end of the Vietnam War. We had a vessel, not a warship, it was a sailing vessel that Cambodian communists took over. So President Ford immediately took action and sent helicopters and Marines and to try to retain or get the Mayaguez back. And that's not unlike the Somali pirate thing, where on very short notice, some of you probably saw the movie, the captain was from Vermont. Tom Hanks started as him in the movie, but I'm sorry? Captain Phillips, thank you. Yes, there's Captain Phillips. So with Mayaguez or Somali pirates, Captain Phillips, something like that, only something of maybe a larger scale in the Persian Gulf, wherever something happens. Is the president going to be hamstrung? Is what if there's a Mayaguez thing times 10 that pops up? Does he have to is it going to be constrained by what your vision is here?
No. Even inside the AUM, the War Powers Resolution, Part 3 says a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. That it gives authorization for the president to just act unilaterally in that respect. My contention is that they talk about nebulous could be a problem. We need to stop it before it becomes a problem. Then nothing in here talks about striking first strike. Anything along those lines. One of the examples I would give is like the Houthis for a long time. We were just bombing them at the behest of the Saudis, helping them in their campaign in Yemen. And then it wasn't until much later that they started to attack our vessels in response. And at that point, we are military justified to destroy those that are the emplacements or wherever they may be that are attacking our vessels. But we had been helping the Saudis before that had happened.
It seems to me there's a spectrum of situations. There's some that's very clear. We get whacked, and and you just address that, and the president can whack back. And then there's other more gray areas, and there's some situations that I know you're concerned with that we should be very careful about getting involved in. So that's what I'm wrestling with a little bit, is that gray area on that spectrum of some military lawyers can justify anything.
Exactly.
And so we have time, we have a week to work on this, but I'm wrestling with that gray area there. And if any of the language that we're supporting could be a detriment to the definition that we need, or the elasticity, if you will, that we want a commander in chief to have in the short term. If there's a nuclear device, it's in play. You can't go to Congress. So anyway,
the one thing I would say is this resolution isn't about the War Powers Act specifically. It's about the 2001 AUMF specifically. Yes.
Specific to the post 9/11
Correct.
congressional, okay.
Yes.
Okay, that helps, and I'll get a handle on that before next Friday. Other questions? Anything on this? I have one other card. I see your representative from SVAC is here, but no card.
We didn't take a position. I'm happy to tell you what Kevin Grady thinks, if you think that's germane.
I would be interested, Mr. Grady, because that's why we're here, and I don't want to miss out on a chance to get a nugget of wisdom. We're almost done.
I had a card as well.
I have yours, Representative. I need.
He's welcome to go before me as a representative.
Yeah. Yes, I was. Yes, and Representative Manning, we do need the clerk will need a pink card from you at some point. Oh, okay, she's got it. Okay, you're good. Okay, back for the third or fourth time today, Representative Heath Howard is here in support of HR 21. Welcome back, Representative Howard.
Yes, well, I appreciate you all, taking the time to listen to me. For the record, my name is State Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And I come to you in support of HR 21. I believe that Article 1, Section 8 of our U.S. Constitution is very clear that Congress is the one who has the power to declare war. And by unilaterally allowing our president and our executive to make that decision as to when to go to war, we are violating blatantly that article and that section. Since the turn of the century, our nation's politics and our place in the world affairs have largely been dominated by illegal forever wars, spanning from Afghanistan to Iraq. These wars have led to the deaths of the needless deaths of millions of civilians, forced millions more to flee their lives, created a refugee crisis across Eurasia, and wasted billions in American taxpayers' money. It is now common knowledge that these wars were based on nothing but lies. Still don't know where the WMDs are. There is nothing in either AUMF that justifies their continued existence. If Donald Trump wants to be the peace president, let's help him out with that and encourage Congress to repeal this unnecessary and outdated authorization for use of military force that is completely unacceptable in today's language. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Representative. Questions? Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, are there any particular incidents that were citing AUMF authority in the last few years or so that you could point out for us?
Not exactly, but in terms of what we have seen in other engagements across the globe, we've seen U.S. troops, again, just a few weeks ago, invading Venezuela in order to arrest Maduro, and I believe that is something that should have gone through Congress. I don't think that was an acceptable use of military force, as I said, under Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution.
Your follow-up? No follow-up. Anything else for the representative? Seeing no hands, thank you again, Representative Heath. And I have a card here from Kevin Grady from SVAC speaking for himself. Mr. Grady, I know that you grew up in the 60s when there was a draft, and I know that we kind of drafted you here, but you didn't. You could have said, "Hell no, I'm not going to go." But here you are.
Missed it by that much, yes, actually.
I speak for myself. I think is the last speaker today. We don't want to miss a chance to get. If you seem to have some thoughts on this and some
I
experience.
actually do have some thoughts on this. I'll start right off by saying my name is Kevin Grady. I'm a 28-year resident of Hooksett, and I'm a 25-year Air Force veteran. The State Veterans Advisory Committee that I usually represent, notice I've taken my name tag off, okay, that I usually represent did not choose to take a position on this bill. Okay, they said, we'll sort of watch it, which sort of means I go to generally when we do that, it means I go to the hearing, I see which way the wind is blowing, and then when I come back at the next meeting, which will be next Tuesday night at 5 o'clock at the Pembroke Center, for any of you that like to attend it, and I tell them which way I think the wind is blowing, and then if they want to reconsider their position based on the testimony that I hear, then they can, and sometimes we do adjust our opinion. My read of this thing is that and Representative Mannion, please correct me if I'm wrong. Your intent on this thing is to remove the authorizations for use of military force that we have put out as a result of the requirement of the War Powers Act that we've just sort of used willy-nilly all over the world. We've used the fact that these AUMFs still exist as and everybody's done it, okay? This is not a partisan issue. Every single president has done this to some extent, okay? So if we take all of the AUMFs that currently exist and we take them off the table, then what we're left with at the end is the War Powers Resolution of 1973. And to sort of expand on the chairman's point, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution essentially gave the president a blank check to do whatever he wanted to do. Okay? At the end of the Vietnam War, what the Congress said was that was a terrible idea. So they passed the War Powers Resolution, which essentially says this. It's pretty simple when you read it. It says, Mr. President, we understand that you need to protect our national interests. And you can go anywhere you need to in the world for 60 days, providing you notify the Congress within 48 hours of doing that, what you're doing. After 60 days, unless we say, by use of this AUMF that has come into being, that you could be there, then we, Congress, ostensibly are going to cut the money off and you're going to have to bring those folks home. And it gives them a 30-day period to bring people back. And so if you think about, well, why did President Bush even go get the resolution that the chairman talked about? He's required to by the War Powers Act of 1973. Okay, you've got all these forces that were over there for what became Desert Storm, and you're going to have to redeploy those things pronto if the Congress doesn't sign off on this. So that's the reason he did that. That's the same reason that before Bush 43 went into Iraq, he went and got another AUMF that authorized him to do that specifically. Why? War Powers Resolution of 1973. So what I get your intent is that you're trying to strip all these things that we've used as an excuse to dabble anywhere we want to. And arguably, the first time we blew up a ship this last summer or last fall in the Caribbean, allegedly carrying drug people from Venezuela, that should have triggered this thing. Okay? They're actually, if you start doing the math, you couldn't have actually gotten to when we went in and got Maduro. The timing wouldn't have worked out had he gone back in. But since these other AUMFs exist, we just say, well, it's because of that AUMF over there is the reason that we're doing what we're doing. So on some level, Kevin Grady really supports what you're trying to do. On another level, though, the realist in me looks at things and says, this is kind of a politically charged thing, even though everybody does it. Everybody has done it so far. Would I love to see the Congress get back to saying, hey, you know what? We're a co-equal branch of the government. We're going to put some checks and balances in here. Would I love to see them do that? Sure. Do I think they're capable of doing that? I do not. I really don't. Are we still operating with a budget from the Congress that was passed during the Biden administration? Yes, we are. We've had these continuing resolutions all along, but the last time there was a real budget was FY24 going into FY25. So do I think these guys can actually do this if you sent this to them? I don't know. Do I think our congressional delegation would support this? I think they would. However, I'll just say this, to be pretty nonpartisan, right now we have an entire Democratic congressional delegation, and we have a Republican administration in there. Would they support limiting that person's powers? Sure. Now, if we'd have asked the same question 3 years ago, when President Biden is in there, would they have supported this? I don't know. And that's kind of sad, I think. It's kind of sad, because I think what you really should do is you should vote your conscience all the time. You should do the right thing all the time. If you're going to be an elected official representing us, I think you should do that. So even though my committee did not support this, I like what you're trying to do, Representative. I really do. And I appreciate it. Again, I don't know how effective that these things are. I've never, but that's really all I wanted to say, unless anybody has any specific questions about like the War Powers Act or any of kind of where we are. And I hope, Representative, that I've encapsulated what you're trying to do with this bill correctly, and have not kind of spoken out of turn or quoted you in, taken your name in vain.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Grady. Again, speaking for yourself, not for SVAC.
Yes, speaking for myself and not the State Veterans Advisory Committee. I'm going to have to tell them, own up to that on Tuesday. So,
yeah,
just so you know.
They should give you a raise, but that's between you and your boss at SVAC. Sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one quick comment. Kevin mentioned depends on who's president and things change. Representative Seibert and I went to a federalism conference in Utah, and it was interesting because certain governors, like the California governor, is not happy with the president. But the previous president, who was a Democrat, the Utah governor, was not happy with him. So in terms of federalism, your perspective on federalism might shift ever so slightly depending upon who's sitting where. Okay, at this time, we'll close that hearing. I'd like to have you all stick around for just a little bit. I want to speak for a minute with the ranking member outside the doorway on her way to their little room. And if the folks on the red team, if you could just stand by just briefly, and I know Representative Bennett, I think we can get you out of here real quick. Okay, 1 minute, 1 minute. You have what you need for,
I think so.
okay. I'm not sure if we're live yet on video. Hopefully that was, video was not running during our caucus. I'm sure it was not. I hope not. Otherwise, everybody knows what we're doing except for you all. Okay, so we do want to try to move a few things forward. I just spoke with Davis. I talked to several of you about amending and then leaving it to be taken up in toto next Friday. There might be some procedural questions about amending something today and then having it left open for a full committee vote. So we may be careful and hold off on amending some of these things and do the amendment proposals next Friday, a week from today. But there are some things I know that we can do. I want to go to the measure HR 36. That was Representative Guyason's measure with regard to accepting federal cash in national parks. And we had the hearing, and we identified some language improvements, which Representative Mannion, to his credit, took the initiative and got those through OLS, Office of Legislative Services. So Representative Mannion, with regard to the amendment to HR 36, could you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I move adoption of the amendment, was it 2026 TAC 0394H. So what this adds to the bill, they did a complete replace, but it's the same bill except for 2 paragraphs. We added the one that says, whereas, it's line 13. So it says, whereas the usage of tender currency protects the rights of privacy by not requiring specific banking and digital transaction receipts. That was something that was mentioned during the hearing, that an advantage of being able to go to any park is that the government shouldn't just be able to track you just for attending any kind of federal park or like the Smithsonian, whatever it may be. And then there was a missing part about where to transmit the this resolution, and that was added to the end where it says we're going to transmit it to the congressional delegation, the National Park Service Director, et cetera.
Yes, thank you for working that, Representative Mannion. And for the clerk, as you pointed out, the amendment number for 2026 is 0394H. So that is the motion of to amend HR 36 with that amendment that I just listed and named. Is there any further discussion?
Second.
We
have many seconds, Representative Mandelbaum.
All right. Who would like to be on the record?
Right.
Okay.
Belcher.
Okay.
Representative Plant seconded it. Thank you, Representative Plant. You don't have to write a report. So it's motion and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, the motion on Amendment 0394H to HR 36 is OTP on amendment.
All right. On the motion of adopting Amendment 0394H, Vice Chairman Rollins, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Gagne?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett? Yes. Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
No.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Banahar?
Yes.
And Chairman Moffett?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so with a vote of 14-1, the amendment is adopted.
Okay, having adopted the amendment, we can do a voice vote on, well, yes, we will do, yes. so the amendment passes 14-1. I can do it's not unanimous. I know, Representative Seibert, that there's a minority report in the offing through you. So, Representative Mandelbaum, let's just do this the right way, and we'll have a second roll on the version as we just amended it.
Okay.
So we have amended it. Now the motion is OTPA, just to be sure and to be clear.
Supported the amendment and just not the whole bill, but
No, Representative, I think there's some parts to your concerns that I think would be good to have in the minority report. Correct. The minority report would be on the bill. So yes, Representative Seibert, had you voted for the amendment, then we could have just given you the chance to vote against the amended bill, which we're going to do right now.
okay, yeah.
Should I make a motion, Mr. Chair?
Looking for a motion. Do you have an OTPA motion?
Yes,
Mr.
that's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mannion and Representative Plant, you again?
Second.
Okay, same motion, same seconder, and the motion is OTPA on HR 36.
All right, on the motion of OTPK HR 36, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Gagny?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Yes.
Representative Seibert?
No.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones? Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Manahar?
Yes.
Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, and the motion of OTPA passes 14-1.
Okay, Representative Mannion, you will do a majority report. Representative Seibert will be looking for a minority report that reflects the concerns that you pointed out.
I move consent.
Yes,
Yeah. I'm fine.
with no objection, we will put the both reports on consent, 14-1. Yeah,
I don't think with consent, there's no minority report.
I will confirm that situation. I know that there was a desire to make a couple points. Yeah, Davis. Okay, so this will be on the floor with a 14-1 vote, and we will have the reports.
Okay. Yeah.
If we could put it on consent if it was 14-1 with no minority report, but
Okay, we'll make it a voice vote at some point on the floor. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
yes. Okay, that is that. Okay, next up, we do want to go to HB 1287. That is the measure that had to do with the definition of a veteran. And there was a amendment that came out of that. Again, Representative Mannion, thank you for efforting that. And that was Amendment 0198H, 0198 Hotel, Amendment to 1287. Could I get a motion on your amendment, Representative Mannion?
Yes, I move adoption of the amendment 0198H.
And for consistency's sake, we need,
second.
we have a second from Representative Gagny on this one. Okay, Representative Mannion, if you could speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when we had first saw this, the original bill had cut out like an entire definition of what qualifies as a veteran and how to prove it. So this amendment, doesn't remove the how to prove it, but what we had also heard from the SVAC representative and what we had mentioned here is that our definition of veteran is even more strict than like the VA's definition of what a veteran is. And one of the good examples was like during a period where don't ask, don't tell was a thing, you would get a general under honorable conditions discharge. And technically under state law, that would mean that you are not a veteran. It also applies for not taking the COVID jab. So what I did here with this amendment is I put general discharge under honorable conditions, which is under all intents and purposes you're still a veteran and you did not get discharged under any kind of drug pop or any kind of bad conduct, anything along those lines. I did also remove a questionable line that's currently in RSA that mentions that we were going to give a veteran plate to allies during World War II. I had mentioned that the USSR and China were allies during World War II. And of the three of these people that might exist in the state, if that, I don't know why this would still be here. I think it's questionable. And the rest of the bill remains the same.
It was well done. Representative Gagné, you seconded it. Any comment?
No, good. Tom does well.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, anything on the amendment to HB 1287? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, when you are ready, we will take a roll call vote on Amendment 0198H to HB 1287.
All right. On Amendment 0198H to HB 1287, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Gagné?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher? Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Yes.
Representative Siebert?
Yes.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Manahar?
Yes.
And it passes 15-0.
Did you ask?
Oh my, I'm so sorry. Representative Moffett.
Chair votes yes.
Okay. So 15-0.
15-0. Representative Gagné, you recommend consent, correct?
We have to do the bill.
Oh, that's correct. We've passed the amendment. Now we need to do the same drill. We've got to do OTPA. Same motion.
Yes, it is.
Representative
OTPA.
Representative Mannion votes motions OTPA. Representative Gagné seconds that motion. Anything else? Okay, on this one, where we had a unanimous vote, I'm going to ask for a voice vote on OTPA for HB 1287. So all those in favor, or all those in favor, just say aye and raise a hand.
Aye.
Can you do that on the voice vote for OTPA? I don't think so.
I thought we could do the voice vote
Okay,
for
all right.
amendment.
Thank you. So the researcher advised me that because in our attempt to be very efficient, we had listed this measure to be exec on next Friday, that we can't exec it today because it's already posted to be exec next Friday. Is that's how we're reading that, Davis? Okay, got it. Yeah, so we had recessed it so that we could do the amendment. Okay, so we'll have to officially do this next Friday. Okay, thank you, Davis. And thank you, Madam Clerk. You've got everything written down, ready for next Friday. Okay, from today, HR 33, we had a hearing that had to do with splitting California in two. HR 33. And I think we can take this up today. We noticed that it's on the notice that we could exec this today, and we will give this a try here. So I'm looking for a motion on HR 33 with regard to California.
I would like to motion for an ITL on this particular measure.
Representative Seibert motions ITL and expedient to legislate on HR 33. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, thank you, Representative Foss. Representative Seibert, on your ITL motion, would you care to speak?
Yeah, I think most of our resolutions reflect the interests of our state and not any other, so it is in a joint manner, but it's usually in relation to like business or trade or, something of that sort, or recognizing some certain special relationship. But in particular, we really don't, know how California feels about this necessarily, and this isn't anything that they have necessarily voted on yet. So I think it's really premature to make those, to make a decision on this.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foss?
Sure. Well, I echo what Representative Seibert said. This is a resolution in California. That has nothing to do with us. That has nothing to do with my constituents in Manchester. And we, in the best interest, we don't know if people in California feel this is in their best interest. We don't know if there's actually any data or studies showing that this is a good thing for California. So I think it would be irresponsible for us to endorse this with the level of knowledge that we were given today.
Thank you, Representative. Other thoughts? Seeing no hands, then this is a fairly straightforward vote. The motion is ITL on HR 33. And Madam Clerk, when you were ready, the motion is ITL.
On the motion of ITL, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Gagny?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Yes.
Representative Siebert?
Yes.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budathaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss? Yes. Representative Manahar?
Yes.
Chairman Moffett?
Yes.
All right, and the ITL motion passes 15-0.
Consent.
With no objection, that will be on consent. And the report, Representative Seibert, did you make the motion on that?
Oh, yeah, I did make a motion. Lily, you want to help me with the report? Sure. Okay.
Okay, so the one report will come from Representative Seibert / Foss. We'll nail that down. Okay, we had talked about looking at some amending language. We had several amendments, but rather than try to amend and act on a couple of these things, we're going to give everybody a chance to reflect on the amendment. The amendment, there were several of them that were fairly simple, but rather than try to move on them at this time, I want to let the committee have a week to look at them, and we'll take those up next Friday at the scheduled exec session. Yes, so we'll try to exec one more here, Representative Seibert. Yes, the HR 39, which has to do with Canadian-New Hampshire relations. I'm told Representative Foss may have a motion on that.
Funny you should mention it. I do. I move OTP on HR 39.
And you have a second?
I'll second.
Representative Mandelbaum seconds the OTP motion on HR 39 with regard to New Hampshire Canadian relations. Representative Foss, would you care to speak?
Sure. Well, I'm moving OTP both in my capacity as a representative from Manchester, which I believe is around 25% people who trace their heritage back to Canada, at least. The Canadian folks to our city have made such contributions, and not just the introduction of poutine and pork pie, but the nation's first credit union, the Franco-American Genealogical Society, I believe is in my district, but also just my family is French-Canadian. My family came here in, I believe, 1604 to Montreal, helped preserve the settlement of Montreal, actually, when it was dying out. So on behalf of my constituents in Manchester who hold their French-Canadian ancestry very dear, and on behalf of my family and our Canadian ancestry, I move that we recognize this very special and close relationship.
Thank you, Representative. And before we go to the seconder, who was the seconder on that? It was Representative Mandelbaum. Let me ask Representative Mandelbaum, do you have anything to add to Representative Foss's?
It was Representative Lloyd, I believe.
I mean, you can second it if you want, Crystal. That's fine.
Anyone can speak to it, but we give the courtesy to the second or first. Representative Mandelbaum?
I really don't have much to add. Ironically, I've never been to Canada, but I think it's important that we be on friendly terms with them.
I am very surprised, Representative Mandelbaum. You've never been to Canada, so
going this
but
summer.
I'm glad that you are
Heading there in
for
August.
having good relations with Canada.
We had the sticker on our license.
Representative Foss, I have to, because there are people that are watching and will watch, when you mentioned your ancestors being in Montreal in 1604, as your fellow Manchester Franco-American, Representative Gagné probably knows, Samuel de Champlain, didn't he establish Quebec City in 1608?
Yes, somewhere in there. My ancestry comes back from a little town called Ige, France, which was south of Paris. It's no longer around, I don't think. Anyway, two brothers came with Jacques Cartier, and they got some property along the St. Lawrence River. They used to give them tracts of land that used to go in for miles, but they only had like a 200-foot frontage. My grandfather, Lugier Gagné, was spelled Gagnay back then. I saw a 1953 what do they call those? A book about the Saint Anne de Beaupré. They're part of it, and I saw that my grandfather was related. We were related to these originals. They came over in like 1640, somewhere in there.
Can you remember that?
I was
Okay.
there. I
Oh,
was
know.
there.
That's what I was asking.
I was there. So
very good year.
it was a very good year.
So our Franco-American roots run deep. As I
Right.
mentioned, my
And I did confuse them with the Irish ones. They came here in 1904, but we were I think was the Saint Anne de Beaupré, was that the ship?
No, that was a basilica.
Oh,
It was
okay.
About 20 miles northeast of Quebec City.
Gotcha. But we were the Filles du Roi, and my ancestor came here, and I guess it must have been like around the 1640s, but I know her husband that she married here had come over with like 100 other men from France because Montreal as a settlement was like dying. It's really amazing what you can do to find out your French Canadian ancestry because the church kept such good records, which is very fun.
Do you know that Montreal is a corruption of Mont Royal, Mount Royal?
Yes.
Where they had that big giant cross up on top of the little mountain.
Yeah.
Well, the good news, Representative Foss, with all your French Canadian heritage, you get to do the report. And if you could, and
Yeah.
also actually two reports, the one that Representative Seibert pointed you to do. So if you can get me, and Representative Mannion, if you could get me your two reports. So those four reports, if I could get those before the Super Bowl kickoff.
C'est mon plaisir.
C'est bon, mes amis. Anything else before we close down? Representative Bennett? Yes, Representative Lloyd, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to get on record that Canada is our largest trade partner. So it is extremely important, especially up in northern New Hampshire for travel and everything like that. So I just wanted to make sure that was on record in this discussion. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Representative Lloyd. And we did have a hearing today on a tariff measure that Canada came up several times during that. And we will take that up a week from today. There's an amendment that I believe you submitted on the tariff resolution. And so that is something that we'll take up next Friday. Thank you for mentioning that and getting that on our radar screens. Thank you. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go ahead and be that guy again, and I'm going to speak against this resolution. So, obviously, the bill proposes celebrating the relationship between New Hampshire and Canada. It was introduced explicitly as an instrument of opposition to current federal executive policy. And while certainly we have a relationship with Canada, it's an important relationship. It's an enduring relationship. But there's a couple things that I would like to bring up about what's going on that give me pause in attributing the word celebration to the current circumstances. First, just last week, Canadian PM Carney at a speech at Davos compared the United States to the Soviet Union and called for the creation of a power bloc, an international power bloc apart from that of the United States of America. Recent backsliding on rights and freedoms, from freedom of expression and speech, religion, the persecution of Christians, comes up fairly frequently and is often cited as some of the influence for the recent burgeoning conservative secession movement that has come up in Alberta. Significant movement recently of Canada into the geopolitical and economic orbit of China, in direct opposition to the new U.S. security doctrine of Fortress North America that directly threatens United States national security, all while Canada refuses to invest in its own territorial defense, and they lean on us to do it for them. And radical environmental and energy policies that are threatening their grid and our shared infrastructure and driving costs up for Granite Staters. So for all those reasons, I can recognize the relationship. I would like to improve the relationship. I can't celebrate it at this time.
Thank you, Representative Belcher. That's well put, as usual. So the motion remains on HR 39, which, and I was a little ahead of myself in speaking about the majority report. So we need to have a final vote on HR 39, New Hampshire-Canada relations. I anticipate Representative Foss doing the majority report, but we need to run through the roll first. Is there anything else on HR 39 and New Hampshire-Canadian relations? Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I'm glad we do have good relations. As someone who was once driving around in Derby Line, Vermont, and somehow ended up in Canada without knowing it, I just want to we're thankful that they let me back in.
That happened to me too.
I've been to that very spot. Anything else on New Hampshire-Canada? Representative Bennett.
I might be remiss to not mention my family because my father was English from Canada, English Canadian, and my mother, her family moved down from, they're French Canadian, and they actually met in Manchester. So I was telling the prime sponsor about that. It was kind of interesting. And I also spent several summers in Nova Scotia working at a camp there. And in my younger years, it was nice to be able to go to Canada. It seems like it was easier back then. My daughter wants to go to PEI with her family, and it's quite more complicated getting, they have to get their passports and lots of things to do to be able to cross the border, but they would like to get to PEI at some point.
PEI being Prince Edward Island, one of the provinces.
And of Green Gables territory.
Correct.
Yeah.
Anything else on Canada? Representative Hemingway, you've been quiet today. That's fine. Nothing on Canada?
Oh, nothing much. We did come down from Canada, across from France as well. They did a little search on it. I think our last name might have been Demenois, and somehow it got changed to Hemingway. So we are from Canada.
Plenty of French heritage here. Anything else? Okay,
I have
Representative Manhire, please.
a quick comment. Quick comment. We take a lot of trips. Wife and I we're kind of wild. We just go across the border and have coffee and come back. Every month we at least cross the border once, and so going into Canada is fine. They know us. Coming back, good Lord, why did you go to Canada? We have a cup of coffee. You came all the way from Nashua to get. Oh, it was fun. 4 or 5 times we were held up at the U.S. crossing coming back. Now they know us too, They think we're crazy tourists. Just go there, have a cup of coffee, and come back. We stay overnight in Sherbrooke sometimes, and it's French speaking. It's a lot of fun, and that was the first comment. The second is, and going back to what you said, Representative Belcher, it's very poignant what you said, and I just wanted to say it is because of the points you raise that I support this. This is the time to celebrate, because we don't want our closest trading partner to drift away from us. And I heard the Canadian Prime Minister's absolutely stunning talk. I mean, I wouldn't say stunning. I would say very impactful talk and quite scary as far as U.S. is concerned. He's not just getting close to China, but also India, and so he's, there's a lot of things going on in geopolitically. This is probably the time to celebrate and say, hey, So I would, for exactly the reasons you proposed, I would like to support the resolution.
Thank you, Representative Manhar. For a moment, I thought you were going to tell us you too have ancestors in Quebec, like most of the rest of us. But I understand what you say about crossing the border. I'm from Coas County long ago, and it used to be very, very easy to go both ways. Post 9/11, of course, the world changed. Anything else, Representative Foss?
I would just like to point out that this whole conversation we've been having is itself recognizing the enduring relationship between the state of New Hampshire and Canada. So there we go.
Don't let that influence your thinking, Representative Belcher. Anything else? Representative Rollins?
Just add a little more humor to this. This is all French to me. My father is English descent. My family came from Finland, so it's all French. But Larry's starting to karate chop me if I don't support him. So you got my 100% support. Thank you.
That is on the record, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Last call. Anything else? Representative Bodotaki, you also have Canadian roots.
Well, everybody share their stories. Let me be brief here. So, I was in Nepal in refugee camp, and then it was in 2002. I was trying to get out of refugee camp, trying to shake off refugee tag that I had, and I applied to go to Canada in 2002. And I waited. After 2 months, I received a letter, and the letter says, there is a bilateral talk going on between Bhutan and Nepal, so probably you will be repatriating to your own country. So we reject your refugee, something like asylum in our country. And that's the connection I built right now at this time. But other than that, I don't have any connection with Canada.
Thank you for sharing that. Representative Plant, that's a fairly French name.
Yes, had to save the best for last. Just quickly, just to add mine as well. Last name's Plant was previously La Plante, was actually Larager. Larager, Sieur de la Plante was the full last name by way of France, then Canada. I traced through ancestry actually all the way back to 15th century France, so goes back quite far. But it's pretty interesting history.
I do not understand.
He says, "Je ne comprends pas." Thank you, Representative Plant. Very interesting, and I appreciate that history. As when Representative Manhar shared that history from the subcontinent, I think a lot of us care about some of our historical roots. Anything else? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, the motion is OTP on HR 39 with regard to New Hampshire-Canadian relations.
All right, on the motion of OTP, how do you vote, Vice Chairman Rollins?
Yes.
Representative Gagne?
Yes.
Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Bennett?
Yes.
Representative Hemingway?
Yes.
Representative Plant?
Oui.
Representative Siebert?
Oui.
Representative Lloyd?
Yes.
Representative Jones?
Yes.
Representative Mandelbaum votes yes. Representative Budithaki?
Yes.
Representative Foss?
Yes.
Representative Manahar?
Yes.
Chairman Moffat?
As Representative Jurdy would say if he was here, oui, madame.
All right. So on a vote of 14-1, the OTP motion passes.
Okay, as I said, I got ahead of myself. As I said earlier, Representative Foss, a majority report before the Super Bowl, and Representative Belcher, a minority report. And this will not be on consent. It may now go to the floor, but we'll have both the minority and the majority reports submitted.
Mr. Chair, I think you're jumping ahead. The Super Bowl isn't this Sunday, it's a Sunday after that.
I made the same mistake last week. Yes, were there to be a Super Bowl this Sunday, and the kickoff being at 6.
I just went ahead and thought the Super Bowl was on Sunday. I didn't change the channel to see.
Yes, I need them before the actual Super Bowl kickoff. How about 6 o'clock on Sunday? Thank you. Representative Belcher's already submitted his. No pressure, Representative Foss. You have until
I started hearing that.
until Sunday. All right. So we will convene again a week from today. We have hearings in the morning, some high profile hearings. We will have a full afternoon of execing. We will have subs as necessary. And that is a week from today. And we may or may not finish then. But again, as always, thank you for your great work. And we'll see you next week.